They say the ocean keeps its secrets, but sometimes it whispers them through steel. Far beneath the crashing waves, in pressure zones where sunlight never touches and sound travels faster than thought, submarines glide like shadows, invisible to radar, unreachable by most ships, controlled, in theory, yet time and again, something happens down there that leaves even the most experienced officers without answers. This is not a story of theories or speculation. It's a quiet journey into official silence, logs with redacted lines, unexplained signals, and classified maneuvers that ended in confusion, or worse. You're about to hear the stories the military or navy doesn't like to talk about. Moments when sonar returns showed impossible shapes, when seasoned crews reported movement where there should have been nothing, and when deep-sea silence was broken by voices that weren't supposed to exist. So wherever you are, maybe you're winding down for the night, or letting the soft hum of a late hour keep you company, settle in, and as this begins, take a second to notice where you are in the world. What time is it? What city are you in? Sometimes, it's strange to think how many of us drift off to the same mysteries, from completely different corners of the map. If this kind of storytelling speaks to you, calm, slow, and filled with things we're not supposed to know, you can support the channel by subscribing. It's quiet encouragement that helps this project stay alive, and if you've been with us before, welcome back. You already know the sea never truly lets go of its past. In the next 4 hours, we'll explore cases both historic and recent, unexplained contacts under the Arctic, submarine crews haunted by mechanical anomalies, and deep dives that ended with panicked withdrawal and no public report. Nothing here is fictional, but none of it is fully explained, and that's why it matters. This is 4+ hours of unsolved submarine mysteries the Navy can't explain. Let's begin. It began with a transmission intercepted off the coast of Iceland in late July of 1945, barely 3 months after Germany's surrender. A brief, fragmented SOS came across a Norwegian trawler's emergency channel, something in German, interspersed with static, panic, and the unmistakable sound of metallic groaning. The coordinates pointed to a stretch of the North Atlantic, just northeast of the Faroe Islands. At first, Allied command dismissed it as interference, or possibly remnants of U-boat crews who had refused surrender. But the details were strange, too strange. The voice, when cleaned up later in a British listening station in Edinburgh, was not pleading for rescue from Allied forces, but rather warning them not to come closer. That message would be the last the world ever heard from U-977. Officially, U-977 was a Type ZIF IC German submarine that left Norway in early May 1945, en route to Argentina on a secret mission. Her captain Heinz Schäfer claimed post-war that the vessel had arrived safely in Mar del Plata after a harrowing 66-day submerged journey, making headlines for its extreme duration and controversial surrender. His version of events was widely accepted, at least until an unexpected sonar contact in 1972 raised new questions that have never been answered. That year, during a routine NATO sonar sweep, a British destroyer picked up an anomalous reading just outside the Icelandic EEZ. The shape, depth, and signal characteristics resembled that of a WWE-era U-boat, lying intact at nearly 400 meters below the surface. Initial scans suggested minimal exterior damage, the hull largely preserved. The depth made a traditional dive recovery impossible at the time, but the coordinates, only 15 nautical miles from where the 1945 SOS had originated, caused quiet concern. There should have been no U-boats in that sector, no wrecks logged, no naval records indicating sunken German craft in those waters. When naval intelligence quietly cross-referenced known U-boat fates, they found something even more troubling. U-977 had allegedly surrendered off the coast of Argentina, but the vessel in the Atlantic bore hull etchings that matched its early Norwegian registry. The serial faded, but unmistakable in the cold, salt-pressed stillness of the deep. This contradiction gave rise to two opposing narratives: one that Captain Schäfer had lied, arriving in Argentina aboard a different vessel and fabricating his story to avoid prosecution. The other, more quietly passed around corridors of power, suggested something worse. 2 U-977, one real, one a decoy. But that begged a further question: what was so important on the original submarine that it had to vanish without a trace? The wreck was marked and left undisturbed for nearly 30 years, until technology caught up. In 2000, a joint NATO-Royal Navy underwater recon initiative sent remotely operated vehicles to survey the site. What they found was not just a remarkably preserved U-boat, but signs that the crew had died in a panic. Interior footage showed sealed compartments with claw marks on the hatches. The vessel's interior wiring had been partially torn out, like someone had tried to sabotage the electrical systems from the inside. Even more inexplicable was the thin black residue coating the metal near the torpedo bay, a resin-like film that didn't match known oil leaks, paint, or mold buildup from other subs of that era. Analysis of the footage led to an immediate classification of the entire site. Publicly, no announcement was ever made. Privately, within certain NATO circles, the theory emerged that the submarine had encountered something, perhaps biological, perhaps not, that had induced extreme behavioral disturbances among the crew. In 2001, a memo from an internal NATO defense archive, later leaked to investigative journalists, included a reference to Project Echo Dive, which allegedly involved the collection of residual acoustic anomalies from the U-977 wreck. These sounds, low-frequency bursts recorded intermittently from the wreck's vicinity, showed no obvious source but carried rhythmic patterns, almost like a signal, repeated every 11 days. The project was shelved a year later, citing technical errors, but 2 naval sonar technicians who worked on it resigned without comment, and one, Robert Hallworth, disappeared from public view shortly afterward. Then in 2005, the wreck vanished. A routine satellite surveillance pass found that the site where U-977 had rested for over 3 decades now showed only disturbed sediment and minor debris. No signs of salvage, no sonar returns indicating the movement of a 700-ton object, just an empty patch of seabed, as though the submarine had lifted itself off the ocean floor and vanished into the darkness. In an official statement, NATO's Maritime Division cited geological disturbance as a potential cause for the movement, though no quake or trench activity had been logged in the region. Behind closed doors, the reaction was more urgent. The site was resurveyed multiple times. Rob swept the area in wider circles. Nothing, just dead sonar. What makes this case so enduring isn't just the disappearance, it's the pattern that followed. Across a 2-year span from 2006 to 2008, 3 separate fishing vessels reported seeing long metallic silhouettes briefly rising under the surface before vanishing. These sightings occurred within a 40-kilometer radius of the original U-977 location. All were dismissed as mistaken whale sightings or instrumentation glitches, but 2 of those trawlers later reported strange interference in their onboard radios and unexplained drops in ocean temperature in isolated patches, sometimes by as much as 6 degrees Celsius in minutes. No hard evidence ever materialized. No naval admission was made. But among deep-sea recovery teams and military divers who study the case informally, U-977 remains a ghost, a cold, steel coffin adrift in a sea that never gives back what it takes. The legacy of U-977's reappearance and subsequent disappearance didn't fade, it evolved. Within NATO circles, the incident quietly prompted a re-evaluation of decommissioned submarine records. An internal memo circulated in 2009 listed 8 WWI-era U-boats, whose final positions were listed as unknown, but each had peculiarities in their last known transmissions, references to echo distortion, hull resonance at odd frequencies, or crew reports of disorientation during routine dives. These notes, once dismissed as fatigue-induced errors or poorly translated German logs, were now examined with fresh suspicion. At the heart of these reviews was a question that never seemed to go away. Could something have survived in the deep, something capable of interfering with navigation systems, triggering hallucinations, or corrupting the structural integrity of a sub without ever making direct contact? One theory, entertained only behind closed doors, came from a former sonar operator named Jean Pelletier, a Canadian defense contractor who had been part of the original NATO scans in 1972. In a redacted 2011 interview leaked anonymously online, he claimed that the area around U-977 had long been known for its sound traps, layers of thermocline and salinity that bend and distort sonar pulses, forming acoustic dead zones. He recounted how, during one of the early scans, the submarine had briefly appeared to be in 2 places at once, generating duplicate pings with a time delay that couldn't be explained by simple reflection. According to Pelletier, the phenomenon was recorded and then erased by a technician under orders from the British Admiralty. They didn't want another anomaly on record, he said. Not so soon after Shag Harbor and the Barents freeze. His reference to other classified incidents was quickly edited out of the interview, but the implication was clear. U-977 was not the first, nor the last. By 2012, a second expedition was funded by a private maritime research firm under contract with unnamed intelligence affiliates. Their goal was not to locate U-977 again, but to map out the magnetic distortion grid in the area where it had once rested. The findings were strange: a consistent pull toward magnetic north that was 0.6 degrees off the expected axis, with minor pulsing fluctuations every 47 seconds. These pulses didn't align with any known underwater activity. No geological cause, no thermal vent interference, no equipment errors. It was as if the ocean itself was breathing. One of the unmanned submersibles sent to survey the area reported critical navigation drift during its descent, its internal gyros spinning out of sync even in calm water. When the data was reviewed, researchers found that the drift only occurred when the submersible crossed a very specific boundary, a near-perfect circular ring, roughly 300 meters in diameter, etched faintly into the seabed. The markings were too symmetrical to be natural, but too eroded to identify clearly. They didn't resemble mine craters, trench scars, or propeller wash from passing vessels. They looked intentional. This finding, like all before it, was buried under confidentiality clauses. The team, a mix of Scandinavian and British marine engineers, was dismissed shortly after completing the survey. One diver, who had been assigned only to surface coordination duties, later claimed in a podcast that he was told to forget everything he'd seen. "They told us it was a failed project," he said. "But we weren't building anything, we were mapping something already there." The idea that something had been constructed on the ocean floor near the U-977 site has long fed into conspiracy circles, most notably the proponents of the so-called Baltic anomaly. Though that anomaly was discovered further east in the Gulf of Bothnia, many researchers privately believe the two events are connected by a shared mystery: unexplained structural formations deep underwater, in places where no engineering should be possible, and associated with technology or behaviors that evade all naval logic. And then there's the human cost. Since 2015, 3 independent attempts to revisit the U-977 anomaly have ended in sudden termination. The most notable was the case of the Norwegian survey vessel Gavlan, which in 2017 sent a drone to the coordinates of the original wreck site. Within 2 minutes of descent, all live video was lost. The feed didn't cut abruptly, it distorted slowly, showing what looked like ripples of black ink across the lens, followed by what could only be described as mechanical shrieking, somewhere between metal grinding and high-pitched sonar feedback. The drone was never recovered. Worse, 2 of the 4 technicians on the monitoring crew reported nausea and disorientation within minutes of the incident. Both were hospitalized upon return to port. Their official diagnosis was vertigo and dehydration, but their post-incident interviews raised further concerns. One claimed to have experienced auditory hallucinations, hearing Morse code in his right ear for hours after leaving the ship. The other simply refused to speak about what he saw on the screen before it cut out, repeating a single sentence over and over during his psych evaluation: "It was watching us." This reaction mirrored something found years earlier in one of the archived documents from the U-977 footage in 2000. A handwritten annotation, barely legible at the margin of a debrief transcript, read, "Survivors reported being watched from inside the hull, but sonar showed no movement. The vessel was empty. They insisted otherwise." That single detail, overlooked by most, has become a fixation for those still trying to solve the U-977 puzzle. If no one escaped the submarine, who or what was still inside when it was found? By 2019, the area had been declared a non-navigational advisory zone for military operations. The reason, according to maritime logs, was listed as unpredictable acoustic distortion, posing hazards to submarine communication systems. A bland excuse. But beneath the bureaucratic language, it was clear the region had become off-limits for reasons no one wanted to commit to paper. And still, the questions remained. If U-977 was truly lost in 1945, who sent the SOS? If the submarine was found in 1972, why did it disappear without a trace in 2005? And if no one ever left the hull, then what left the claw marks on the inside of the hatches? The deeper the Navy and Allied forces dug, the quieter the answers became. One officer, retired Rear Admiral Lance Grover, summarized it best in a private oral history recorded shortly before his death in 2020. There are wrecks that lie silent in the sea, but there are some that whisper, and U-977, that one screams. By 2020, the U-977 case had drifted into that murky twilight zone between official silence and unofficial obsession. A growing web of independent researchers, ex-military personnel, and marine anomaly hunters began sharing data across encrypted channels. Forums like Deep Hydronet and old Cold War naval archives began drawing renewed interest, often centered around declassified files that had sat untouched for decades, until the U-977 re-emergence reignited speculation. One such file, unearthed from a misfiled 1983 Royal Navy folder on oceanic magnetic interference, referred cryptically to an incident labeled Kriegsrelikt Echo. The German term, roughly translating to war relic echo, described a pattern of acoustic returns that mimicked real vessels but showed no thermal or kinetic signature. These anomalies would appear suddenly, emit a brief but detailed sonar profile of a known WWI submarine, then vanish. The file mentioned at least 4 separate contacts resembling the U-977 profile between 1977 and 1981, always in the North Atlantic, always for less than 6 minutes. This aligned uncannily with scattered reports by commercial shipping vessels and deep-sea cable crews, many of whom reported sudden navigational glitches, sonar duplications, or unexplained dips in external pressure readings while passing through the same corridor. Several companies filed private complaints with NATO, citing abnormal magnetic conditions or sustained equipment failures while transiting near what insiders now referred to as the Silent Ellipse, a 12 nautical mile radius where instruments routinely misbehaved. The Navy never responded publicly, but behind the scenes, special operations began revisiting long-abandoned files. Among the recovered evidence were several pages from the original 1945 Kriegsmarine logs never translated into English during the War Crimes Review process. One entry, believed to have been written by a U-977 crewman just days before their departure from Bergen, Norway, made a vague reference to Die unbekannte Ladung, the unknown cargo. The manifest had no listing for it. There were no extra torpedoes, no classified transmissions stored on board, no passenger records. But the phrasing, appearing multiple times, caught the attention of translators. In one context, it referred to secured at keel depth and unopened to remain sealed unless instructed by Berlin. Another entry implied that the object, or objects, had been placed aboard at night, without the rest of the crew's knowledge. The entire crew was ordered to maintain radio silence for the duration of their journey, with coded messages to be relayed via surface burst transmission only if they had safely passed 30 degrees west longitude. That instruction was never followed. Speculation ran wild. Was U-977 carrying stolen Nazi relics, biological samples, a captured artifact, or something not of this world, as fringe theorists suggested? But even among grounded analysts, the unnerving behavior of the sub's final known journey could not be dismissed. If the hull discovered in 1972 truly belonged to U-977, it was found in a location that completely contradicted the official surrender story, which meant one of two things: either Captain Schäfer had lied, and the surrender in Argentina was a cover for something darker, or the vessel had been duplicated, or worse, intercepted, somewhere in the Atlantic. Supporters of the false surrender theory point to the striking inconsistency in the captain's debrief. Schäfer claimed the crew submerged and traveled underwater for 66 days from Norway to Argentina without surfacing, an unbroken feat not even modern nuclear subs routinely attempt. Yet U-977 lacked the snorkel upgrades required for extended submersion and had insufficient rations for such a journey. Naval analysts later determined that the claimed route would have exhausted the sub's batteries and oxygen reserves long before it reached the equator. So why wasn't Schäfer challenged more aggressively? One theory suggests that U.S. naval intelligence allowed the story to stand because Schäfer's surrender served a psychological purpose. It signaled the symbolic end of the U-boat threat, drawing a line under years of submarine warfare. In that interpretation, the truth didn't matter as much as the narrative did. But if that narrative was fiction, what really happened to the original U-977? In 2021, new evidence emerged from an unexpected source, an academic research group analyzing Cold War seismic records. Originally compiled to detect Soviet nuclear tests, these sensitive undersea sensors had also recorded countless non-nuclear events, many of which were never analyzed in detail. One such record, dated August 2, 1945, showed an anomalous acoustic pressure wave originating from the area just northeast of the Faroe Islands. It wasn't an explosion, it wasn't tectonic, it was symmetrical, rhythmic, like a pulse, lasting 47 seconds. When processed through modern analysis software, the wave signature bore uncanny resemblance to deep bass resonance used in modern acoustic levitation experiments. In simpler terms, the ocean around U-977 had briefly behaved like a sound chamber, generating a perfectly balanced vibrational pattern with no clear source. The implications were staggering. Could the cargo have been emitting something, an ultra-low frequency vibration capable of influencing matter, or even consciousness? Could that explain the crew's erratic final moments, the claw marks, the mutilated circuitry, and the final SOS? By this point, public speculation was impossible to contain. A popular documentary titled Steel Ghosts, Submarines That Shouldn't Exist, aired in 2022 and referenced U-977 in its first 20 minutes. Though the footage was speculative, it featured simulated models of the wreck site, reenactments of the missing sonar logs, and interviews with two anonymized divers who had allegedly seen structures within the silent ellipse resembling man-made platforms buried under sediment. The documentary was pulled from streaming services within 48 hours, with copyright violations cited. No other episodes aired. Its producer went on record stating, "We were told we had used licensed material we didn't have rights to, but none of our footage was sourced externally. It was all ours." This only added fuel to the fire. More recently, in 2023, the Norwegian Navy conducted a series of quiet seismic soundings near the Faroe Basin. Though the public statement described them as routine continental shelf mapping exercises, internal documentation leaked by a whistleblower listed a very different objective: to detect possible sub-oceanic cavity resonance and measure persistent echo signature below 350 m. That language, unfamiliar even to career hydrographers, suggested a level of acoustic behavior not typical of geological research. One naval expert, speaking under anonymity, said, "We don't talk like that unless we're looking for something unnatural." Whether U-977 is truly a one-off, or part of something larger, remains unclear. But each new piece of data points to a single chilling truth: the submarine didn't just disappear, it became something else. A fixed point of anomaly in a sea that still swallows questions faster than answers. As of this writing, the region around the silent ellipse remains marked on internal naval charts with a simple code: signal loop active, avoid prolonged contact. What continues to pulse from that trench, and why it began the day U-977 sank, remains one of the most classified mysteries in naval history. In early 2024, a declassified segment of Operation Turn Blade, a multinational underwater reconnaissance initiative, previously believed to be focused on Arctic pipeline monitoring, added one final and deeply unsettling layer to the U-977 mystery. Hidden in a trove of digital documents, leaked by an anonymous Norwegian analyst, was a memo marked Level 5 clearance only. The memo outlined a preliminary briefing conducted in a closed session among UK, US, and German naval intelligence operatives. Its subject line was chilling in its simplicity: bioluminescent interaction report, U-977 coordinates. The report described a brief visual event recorded by a deep-sea drone deployed to remap the trench walls near the wreck's last known location. At precisely 0307 GMT, the drone's onboard cameras captured a flicker of moving light, a slow, undulating band of faint green-blue illumination, weaving through the water just beyond the reach of the floodlights. At first glance, it resembled ambient plankton, stirred by submersible movement. But playback revealed something different. The light did not scatter or disperse with the current. Instead, it followed the drone for nearly 12 minutes at a fixed distance, occasionally forming shapes that one analyst described as resembling primitive symbols or pulse sequences. What made the event most alarming, however, was the reaction of the drone's internal systems. Approximately 4 minutes into the encounter, its pressure sensors spiked without any corresponding change in external conditions. Internal gyroscopes began drifting, Most disturbing of all, its data log showed a precise timestamp mismatch. For 7 seconds, the system's internal clock froze. Frozen time is not something easily dismissed in engineering. These systems are designed with redundancies against electrical interruption, time drift, and interference. For 7 seconds to simply vanish meant that either the equipment had malfunctioned in an unprecedented way, or that the environment had, however briefly, violated the basic assumptions of physics on which timekeeping itself depends. Following the incident, all access to the footage was locked behind internal NATO firewalls. No public acknowledgement was made. But those few who reviewed the tape before it disappeared say the light wasn't random, and that it seemed to come not from any creature or mechanical object, but from the seafloor itself. As if the trench had, in that moment, opened a window into something older and deeper than anyone wanted to admit. This report reignited a fringe theory that had long hovered at the edges of naval folklore, that certain parts of the ocean are not simply deep but hollow in function, not voids of geology, but constructs. Intelligent, ancient, and possibly active. Within this context, U-977's story takes on a far more disturbing angle. What if the unknown cargo wasn't just experimental? What if it was a response, or an offering to something encountered before? There's historical precedent for such speculation. In 1938, under Himmler's direction, the NNOB, Nazi Germany's pseudo-archaeological institute, began conducting expeditions into Iceland and Greenland. Their public goal was the study of Nordic heritage, but internal correspondence referenced alignment mapping and signal triangulation using U-boat transmitters. One entry found in a recovered notebook, initially dismissed as delusional, makes reference to a crying stone beneath the waves, singing only to the brave. Cryptic, yes, but echoed by a strange detail in the original U-977 sonar logs from 1972. The ROV microphones had picked up a continuous low hum vibration during their descent. At the time, it was believed to be electrical interference, but when replayed and filtered in 2018 by a naval acoustics researcher in Rotterdam, the frequency was found to resonate at 111 Hz, a tone later identified as a standing wave associated with early temple chambers and catacomb resonance in ancient architecture. The finding was brushed aside. It didn't fit the model. But behind closed doors, interest grew. If U-977 had unknowingly been sent to an artificial resonance zone, if the unknown cargo was activated or responded to something, it could explain the crew's descent into madness, the eventual disappearance of the wreck, and the long trail of electromagnetic and sonar anomalies that have followed ever since. In 2024, a NATO white paper was drafted on the increasing number of deep ocean electromagnetic hotspots. Though it made no explicit mention of U-977, a single map in Appendix D showed a red circle drawn around the Faro Basin. The label read only Anomaly Echo 9, persistent, not to be disturbed. At the time of writing, the US Navy has officially closed all further investigative dives to that area. Civilian vessels are warned off with nondescript alerts about shifting currents and failed communication tests. But within certain naval circles, especially among old sonar officers and ROV crews, the name U-977 is still spoken quietly, always with a mixture of dread and wonder. It has become a symbol not of war, but of the unknown, of what happens when something man-made, something steel and rational and mechanical, collides with an oceanic force beyond comprehension. There are those who believe U-977 was the first of many such events, that beneath our oceans lie countless other constructs, vessels or chambers long buried, awakening only when disturbed or deliberately reached, and that the mistake wasn't sending U-977 with unknown cargo into the trench, but that the trench responded. In the final analysis, the mystery of U-977 is not simply about a missing submarine. It is about the limits of what we understand the sea to be, a frontier not of depth, but of memory, of resonance, of something else entirely. One unnamed NATO strategist summed it up in a line buried deep in an internal briefing. The sea remembers what we forget, and sometimes it answers, and perhaps that is the most terrifying truth of all. Off the Aleutian coast, in waters rarely visited by tourists, and barely traversed even by commercial routes, lies a narrow trench known to oceanographers as the Shumagin Drop. It's a cleft, only a few dozen nautical miles wide, but plunges past 5,000 meters in some areas, a trench with little tectonic activity, limited sediment, drift, and almost no acoustic return. Most submariners call it by a simpler name, the Void Gate. On November 3, 1984, the U.S. Navy's Pacific Submarine Command deployed Seawolf-21, an advanced, fast attack sub fitted with prototype acoustic stealth plating, on a classified patrol near the Soviet perimeter. Officially, the exercise was a stress test of Cold War deterrence strategy, but recently declassified logs indicate a secondary objective: to investigate what intelligence briefings referred to as non-military subaqueous signal returns, anomalous sonar activity that had been periodically recorded by deep-sea listening stations throughout the previous year. Seawolf-21 launched from Dutch Harbour under radio silence and descended into the Submarine drop during the early hours of November 4. By all accounts, conditions were normal: clear currents, low salinity distortion, perfect hull response. Sonar techs reported a few minor static bursts, but they were attributed to undersea volcanic vents common in that region. The ship descended to 1,300 meters, then 2,100, then deeper. At 2,430 meters, the first recorded anomaly occurred: a simultaneous malfunction in all three inertial navigation systems. Internal logs show the submarine's digital compass began slowly rotating in place, as if Seawolf-21 was turning, even though hull stabilizers indicated it was perfectly still. The officer on duty, Lieutenant Commander Ray Holter, noted in the log, compass spin rate increasing, hull steady, external water pressure unchanged. Feels like the sea itself is turning, not the boat. This phenomenon persisted for 5 minutes, then it stopped, abruptly. Moments later, sonar detected a perfectly circular object directly below them, approximately 90 meters across, embedded in the trench wall. No thermal return, no sonar distortion, just a flat surface and a distinct ring pattern, like a hatch or aperture. Seawolf-21 hovered above it for 17 minutes, then they descended again. At 2,870 meters, communications with the surface ceased. Naval Command would later claim this was a routine failure, blaming pressure interference and faulty equipment, but internal memos tell a different story. At 0322 hours, a burst signal was received, one short ping from Seawolf-21, highly compressed, unlike standard encrypted naval transmissions. When decoded using Cold War-era frequency spread analysis, the message was just one word: listening. That was the last direct contact ever made with the submarine. Seawolf-21 was declared lost. 2 days later, no wreckage, no oil slick, no acoustic implosion signature, typical of a deep hull crush. It was as if the ocean had folded in around it. The families were told it was an engine failure. Quiet funerals were held with no remains. The crew of 74 were given posthumous honors. The story died quietly, except for a single file buried inside the Naval Acoustic Intelligence Archive, labeled Seawolf-21, Potential Persistent Echo Loop. This file, unearthed decades later by a civilian data leak, revealed that for 3 consecutive weeks after the loss of Seawolf-21, every listening station along the Aleutian chain registered a repeating sound. It began each night, at precisely 3:22, matching the timestamp of the sub's final burst transmission, and lasted for 6 minutes. The signal was a low, almost imperceptible harmonic echo, but within that tone, a recurring pattern emerged: 74 spaced pulses, repeating every 30 seconds, one for each crew member. Naval techs attempted to triangulate the source, but the signal never repeated from the same location. It moved, it shifted, and then after exactly 21 days, it stopped completely. No explanation was ever given. In the years that followed, no military vessel was permitted to operate within the Submarine drop. Civilian maps were quietly updated, reclassifying the area as a hydrothermal instability zone. All acoustic readings from that trench were redirected through a filtered relay, a software patch that automatically deleted anomalous data before it could reach main servers. By 1991, the incident had all but disappeared from internal records, but whispers remained, particularly among deep-sea sonar teams. They called it the chamber, the space where Seawolf-21 had vanished. Some believed the object spotted on sonar had not been a structure at all, but rather a biological echo, the signature of something living but motionless, something that didn't react to sonar because it didn't need to. it was already listening. One theory even suggested that Seawolf-21 hadn't simply vanished, but had entered another layer of space-time, some form of deep ocean echo chamber, where time folds and reflections mimic reality until the mind collapses under its own uncertainty. Then in 2006, a research submersible named Soria, operated by a Japanese-American expedition mapping seafloor tectonics, captured something startling while passing near the edge of the Submarine drop. At a depth of 2,100 meters, its camera briefly showed a shadowy object resting on the seabed, almost perfectly preserved, coated in silt. The silhouette was unmistakably that of a US fast attack submarine. The ID was obscured, but the forward stabilizer was bent at the exact same angle as photos of Seawolf-21 taken before launch. Before the footage could zoom in, the feed glitched out. What followed was even stranger. The submersible's onboard computers rebooted themselves and rerouted power to ballast pumps, forcing an emergency ascent. All attempts to regain control failed. The crew survived, but the video was confiscated by US naval representatives within 24 hours. The only surviving image, a single blurred frame, was leaked by a technician and quickly dismissed as a hoax by authorities. But those who served in silent service recognized the form instantly, the shape, the scars. It was Seawolf, or what remained of it. The 2006 sighting of what appeared to be Seawolf-21, coated in silt and resting upright on the seafloor, reopened a case the Navy had quietly closed over 2 decades earlier. But the glimpse, captured only in a single blurry frame, posed more questions than it answered. If that was indeed Seawolf-21, how had it ended up in a different quadrant of the trench system, far from the last known signal? And more importantly, why was there no hull damage, no signs of implosion, structural collapse, or even algae buildup consistent with a long-submerged wreck? The answer, at least according to an internal report from a Japanese engineer on the Soria crew, might be more disturbing than simple relocation. He noted a feature no one could explain. One of the external floodlight arms of the sub had been extended, not retracted as it would have been during dive. That light arm was shattered, as if something had crushed it from the outside. Yet there was no pressure deformation around the impact point, only a clean break and a surrounding field of faint scratches, too shallow and inconsistent to have been caused by debris. NATO responded swiftly after the incident. Within 2 weeks, the Submarine drop was designated a Class C restricted acoustic zone, a bureaucratic term that allowed them to block all civilian sonar access to the region under the guise of environmental protection. Acoustic activity within the zone was now monitored through encrypted channels. Civilian hydrophones installed in surrounding trenches began experiencing mysterious dropouts, often at the same time each month, always near 3 a.m. local trench time. Researchers not bound by security clearance began to suspect a pattern. When examining archive data from before the restriction took effect, they found periodic signal hollows, intervals, when the surrounding water absorbed sound entirely, as if the ocean itself had gone mute. These hollows lasted between 5 to 10 minutes. During that time, sonar pulses sent into the trench failed to return, not distorted, completely erased, like they'd been swallowed. One independent acoustician likened it to a vacuum in the water column. "It's not reflection," he said during an interview that was later deleted from public archives. "It's subtraction. Something down there is subtracting sound." When asked what that might imply, he hesitated. "A form of camouflage," he finally said, "or a defense." By 2009, the families of the Seawolf-21 crew, long silenced by non-disclosure agreements and quiet compensation, began speaking anonymously to journalists. One widow recalled that in the weeks before deployment, her husband, Lieutenant Mark Turlow, had expressed unease over the mission. He told her it wasn't just another Cold War patrol, that they were testing something that wasn't ours. She assumed he meant experimental Navy technology, but now believes he may have been referring to something recovered, something not made by humans. Another family member, the sister of sonar technician Joel Hendricks, received a final postcard from her brother postmarked just 3 days before the mission. It read, "If we hear it again, I don't think we'll come back. But they still want to try." She never understood the meaning. At the time, she believed he was referencing Soviet sub-activity. Now she's not so sure. Inside naval intelligence, the story of Seawolf-21 became more of a warning than a mystery. Newer submarines were outfitted with automatic navigation overrides to prevent descent below certain depths in classified sectors. AI-assisted piloting systems were given hard-coded geo-fencing parameters, zones they would simply refuse to enter, no matter the operator's command. And yet, not all incidents were prevented. In 2013, a French scientific drone mapping seafloor ridges near the outer shelf of the trench sent back an anomaly in its magnetometer log. A region just 11 kilometers from the supposed wreck site displayed unnatural symmetry in its metallic signature, consistent with layered alloy, not rock. The pattern matched with 94% certainty the hull plating structure of Cold War-era submarines. But here's where it becomes stranger. The readings came from 4 separate locations, each nearly equidistant from one another, forming a near-perfect square around the original Seawolf contact site. None of the anomalies were above ground. They were all buried, between 40 and 70 meters beneath the seabed. When analyzed with advanced 3D sonar software, the findings suggested 4 submerged structures, shaped like inverted domes. Each had a hollow center, and faint tunnel-like extensions pointing toward the center of the square, as if they were connected. A dome, a tunnel, and something in the middle. Marine geologists were quick to dismiss the results. They claimed the patterns were misreadings caused by sediment folding and fault echoes. But that didn't explain why the tunnel alignments pointed directly toward the last known coordinates of Seawolf-21. Nor did it explain the sudden spike in mid-frequency sound anomalies detected in the area just months later. These sounds were not natural. They followed no whale song pattern, no tectonic rumble. They were structured, descending pulses that grew louder the deeper the probe descended, before cutting off entirely just past 3,000 meters. The oddest part, the frequency was almost identical to the one picked up in 1984 during Seawolf's final mission. Not similar, identical. Analysts determined that whatever was producing the signal had either remained active for over 2 decades, or had reawakened. By 2015, the Navy classified all data from the region under a new heading, Persistent Echo Phenomenon, Tier 3. That tier, according to internal documentation, was reserved only for anomalies involving repeated time-locked signal behavior with no known source. At the time, only one other phenomenon in the Atlantic was given the same classification. No further attempts were made to recover Seawolf-21, but the name was quietly removed from the list of confirmed losses. Instead, its status was changed to Inferred Non-Return No Descent Signature, a phrase no naval officer could adequately explain, even in closed hearings. One former systems operator offered his own theory in a later interview. If it didn't sink, and it didn't implode, and we know it existed, then maybe it didn't stay here. As the years passed, the incident became more than just a historical footnote. Seawolf-21 was whispered about in the margins of Navy orientation briefings, referenced only in cautionary tones when discussing navigation protocols in high-risk deep ocean sectors. Its name appeared in no formal training manuals, but for submarine crews stationed near the Pacific Rim, it lingered like a superstition, never spoken during dive checks, always acknowledged in silence. In 2018, a low-profile scientific vessel named Talorus, operating under the Joint Oceanic Mapping Initiative, deployed a new class of deep-sea sensors designed to test gravimetric variance at depth. These instruments, built to detect minute fluctuations in Earth's gravitational pull, were part of a broader effort to refine submarine stealth tech. But one sensor, placed near the perimeter of the Shumagin drop, returned something the team did not expect: a persistent dip in local gravity, measurable down to the 4th decimal point. The anomaly was stable, too stable. Gravity fluctuations at sea are normal, usually caused by underwater topography or tidal motion, but this dip was fixed in both location and intensity, as if something below the seabed was interfering with the natural pull of Earth itself. The team submitted the data. It was flagged as a potential fault, but the same reading occurred again, and again, and again. Eventually, a second sensor was dropped, 20 nautical miles east. It recorded the same phenomenon, identical in shape, duration and strength. The Talorus mission was cancelled within 72 hours. No reason was given. At this point, rumors began to circulate about ghost hulls, unidentified sonar shapes, that appeared on mid-frequency scans only to vanish the moment ships adjusted bearing. These echoes weren't hostile or mechanical in behavior. They didn't chase or interfere. They simply followed. kept pace, then disappeared. Many sonar techs believed they were reflections of the ships themselves, sonar ghosts caused by deep thermal layers, but others weren't so sure. One encounter in 2019 shifted that belief entirely. During a training patrol, the USS Komoku, a Virginia-class submarine, detected a slow-moving shape at 1,200 meters depth. The object was stationary for 11 minutes, then began ascending, not in a straight line, but in a spiraling pattern that wrapped around the Komoku's depth vector. It came within 60 meters of the hull before vanishing from sonar completely. No visual confirmation was made, but the echo signature was stored. When analysts reviewed the data, they found something chilling. The object's signature was not foreign. It matched that of a Seawolf-class submarine, with minor discrepancies suggesting hull aging and a degraded outer shell. Seawolf-21 had been presumed at rest. This encounter suggested otherwise. Worse, the sonar logs recorded something else. A slow pulse sound that began once the contact vanished. It was faint, stretched across almost 10 seconds, and played only once. But when enhanced, it produced a repeating pattern of tones, 1 long, 3 short, 2 long. Naval intelligence ran the sequence through archived communication patterns. The closest match wasn't a distress signal. It was a sonar ID handshake, a recognition code used in early Seawolf-class comms to identify friendly vessels. Seawolf-21, or something carrying its acoustic fingerprint, was still transmitting. The Navy classified the incident. The crew was rotated and debriefed under confidentiality. But as always, fragments leaked. One crew member anonymously posted on a now-defunct veterans forum. He claimed that before the debrief, the commanding officer, shaken and visibly disturbed, told them something strange. "I don't think we saw a ghost. I think we saw a memory, a living one." That idea became a quiet obsession in acoustic intelligence circles. A theory emerged, radical, untestable, but consistent with observed phenomena. What if the ocean, under extreme pressure and depth, could hold imprints, echoes not just of sound, but of presence? What if a vessel like Seawolf-21, subjected to unknown frequencies or fields, had not simply vanished but become suspended, trapped in some kind of time-locked stasis? Its signals repeating, its identity echoing forward, not as a recording, but as a continuous projection. This would explain the fixed gravimetric dips, the precise sonar signatures, the recurring patterns that defied natural explanation. It would also account for the fact that no biological life had ever been recorded in that part of the trench, not even plankton. The water was sterile, too quiet, as if something was consuming more than just noise. In late 2020, a classified Navy research project codenamed Project Echo Skin was launched. It involved deploying microarray sonar nodes across faultline regions known for strange acoustic behaviors. One of the test sites, though not publicly acknowledged, was near the Shumagin Drop. For a brief period, the nodes returned real-time data. Then in December, all 14 of the devices stopped transmitting within 45 seconds of one another. When recovered, most were intact, but every single one showed internal processor corruption, not from water damage, but as if their software had been rewritten mid-operation. The only common trace across the corrupted files was a single repeating waveform, a low oscillating sound wave matching the 1984 Seawolf signal. No attempts were made to redeploy. Since then, the area has been listed in Navy route planning software as a no-transit zone. Sonar maps show nothing. Civilian bathymetric software intentionally excludes the area, replaced with artificial terrain smoothing to mask its features. And yet, despite every attempt to hide what happened, one truth lingers. The name Seawolf-21 still shows up in internal registry pings, pinging back intermittently, as if responding to sonar bursts, from coordinates long since blacked out on naval maps. As if it's still down there, waiting, listening, or perhaps trying to come home. By early 2022, the Seawolf-21 mystery had escalated from a background curiosity to a quiet obsession for certain factions within naval research circles. It wasn't just the data anomalies or sonar echoes anymore, it was the frequency. Across multiple continents, nations running their own acoustic surveillance in deep-sea trenches began reporting similar readings, slow, patterned pulses, returning in exact frequency and length to those recorded in 1984. and again in 2019, independent of one another, in completely different oceans. From the Kermadec Trench to the Puerto Rico Trench, the pattern was unmistakable. One long pulse, 3 short, 2 long, followed by silence. Not geological, not marine, human in its logic, but not in its origin. One particularly unsettling report came from the French Navy's Terrabellide program, which had been deploying autonomous hydrophone pods in remote parts of the Atlantic. In January 2022, one of their pods recorded a pulse sequence while drifting along the mid-Atlantic ridge. But it wasn't just audio, it included a sonar return, a signature that exactly matched the acoustic profile of Seawolf-21. The problem: the signal originated over 3,000 miles from the sub's last known location. Analysts ran simulations to determine whether signal drift, ocean currents, or reflection anomalies could account for the reading. They couldn't. The signal had been local. Whatever had pinged the French pod had been nearby, and it had sounded exactly like a lost American submarine from almost 4 decades earlier. The French did not share this information with NATO. Instead, their internal defense memo raised a single terrifying possibility: that Seawolf-21's acoustic signature had been copied, or worse, replicated in multiple locations at once. Back in the US, those closest to the original incident began to feel the weight of their silence. A retired sonar technician, who'd served on the USS Honolulu, a sub that once crossed paths with Seawolf-21's last coordinates, agreed to speak under anonymity to a civilian marine anomalies researcher. He described the 1984 signal in unsettling detail. It wasn't a sound, not really, it was pressure you could hear, like something enormous whispering without a voice. And it didn't come from any one place, it was all around. When asked why the Navy never publicly investigated, his answer was short: because they did, and they didn't like what they found. Meanwhile, in the digital shadows of naval black programs, a new initiative was launched: Project Black Current. Unlike previous efforts that focused on sonar or gravimetric measurements, this project aimed to test temporal harmonics at extreme ocean depths, in other words, to determine whether time behaved differently at the seabed in regions with persistent anomalies. They chose the Shumagin drop for their first trial. A torpedo-shaped probe equipped with atomic clocks, signal repeaters, and pressure-resistant gyroscopic stabilizers was lowered into the trench from a classified vessel posing as a NOAA survey ship. As the probe descended, all seemed normal. But as it neared 3,100 meters, telemetry slowed, not in bandwidth, but in time. According to the shipboard clocks, the probe's internal systems began processing events milliseconds out of sync. Nothing extreme, but enough to register drift. Then, after passing 3,350 meters, the signal stopped completely. Recovery teams were dispatched. The probe was never found. However, 31 days later, at 3:22 a.m., the exact time Seawolf-21 had sent its last known signal, the original probe pinged back. But it wasn't from the trench. It was from 240 miles north, off the coast of a region with no significant depth. The probe had surfaced intact, fully operational, broadcasting a clean signal. When retrieved, the data logs were intact, but made no sense. The clocks had continued ticking normally. The instruments showed no pressure anomalies. The descent log simply stopped at 3,350 meters, and the next recorded entry was at sea level, 1 month later. When officials opened the internal storage, they found something else: a data corruption signature in the form of repeating binary strings that when translated, formed a phrase, "You're not alone." No one could determine if the message was embedded in the probe before launch, or if it had been inserted during the blackout. The probe had no communication receivers active during descent, no uplink port, nothing capable of receiving a message externally, unless it had been inserted by direct contact. The probe was destroyed within 48 hours, and Project Black Current was dissolved. Today, the Seawolf-21 case remains locked within the upper tiers of defense secrecy. The area where it was lost is now surrounded by digital dead zones. No maps, no pings, no sonar. Civilian mapping software registers it as featureless seabed, and satellite elevation data is overwritten by falsified topography. But below that blank patch of ocean lies something persistent, something that echoes. Some believe Seawolf-21 is still there, looping, transmitting, its systems locked in a cycle that will never end. Others think it was never a malfunction, but a message, a demonstration, a warning. One theory, never printed, never spoken in official rooms, suggests that the submarine encountered something the human mind cannot pass. A machine built for one environment, exposed to another reality entirely, and instead of breaking, it adapted. It became part of the signal field. It merged. A final unofficial briefing from 2023 included a single phrase at the bottom of the page, typed in a different font from the rest. No one could determine who wrote it. It read, "We didn't lose Seawolf, we gave it away, and perhaps that's all we need to know." In early spring of 1990, the Soviet submarine K-209 departed Murmansk on what was expected to be a routine patrol run through the North Atlantic. The vessel, a diesel-electric Project 641 Foxtrot-class sub, had been operational for nearly 2 decades and was often assigned to long surveillance missions between Iceland and the Azores. On paper, this assignment was no different, but K-209 would never return. What followed would become one of the most quietly controversial submarine disappearances in modern history, not because of what the vessel was carrying or where it went missing, but because of how it vanished. No distress signals, no acoustic collapse, no wreckage, and most disturbingly, no magnetic trace. The last confirmed position of K-209 was recorded on March 17, 1990, at 2:41 a.m. The sub had radioed in from a point roughly 120 nautical miles southwest of the Azores Plateau. The transmission was brief, confirming routine movement and environmental conditions, sea state 3, calm internal systems, and a note about sporadic magnetic compass anomalies. That last entry would later dominate investigation briefings. At the time, it was dismissed as minor, a quirk common in that region, due to underwater basalt ridges. Less than 2 hours later, K-209 ceased all transmission. Tracking satellites lost passive infrared contact. The ship's acoustic signature, previously steady on mid-frequency, vanished entirely. No hull implosion, no cavitation, just silence. Within 48 hours, Soviet naval recovery efforts were underway, but divers and sonar-equipped vessels found nothing. No oil slicks, no metal fragments, just an expanse of unbroken ocean. The submarine, its 78 crew, and all of its onboard systems had disappeared. Then came the anomaly. 3 days into the search, a Soviet hydroacoustic station on the coast of Madeira registered an odd signal originating from the exact region where K-209 had vanished. It wasn't a standard naval ping, it wasn't biological. It was low frequency, repeating at 17-minute intervals, and it pulsed in 3 tones, ascending, descending, ascending. At first, the Soviet response team assumed it was sonar feedback, perhaps the sub's emergency beacon struggling to transmit through damaged systems. But then the pattern changed. On the 4th hour of transmission, the pulse tones began to reverse their sequence every cycle. Ascending, descending, ascending became descending, ascending, descending. Back and forth, over and over. This alone was unusual, but what came next was impossible. On the 12th signal cycle, analysts noticed a tonal overlap, something embedded within the main signal. After frequency separation and inversion, the pattern revealed itself as a Morse sequence. When decoded, the message read simply, "Do not follow." It was signed with the submarine's own identification code, K-209. No further messages were received. Soviet command did not release this information to the public. Instead, they initiated a blackout operation titled Black Current, instructing regional posts to destroy all signal logs from March 17, 21 and classifying the incident under seismic anomaly protocol. The public report stated that K-209 suffered a probable reactor failure and sank during maneuvering exercises. No details were provided to the families. No bodies were recovered. No memorial service was held on land. Only a coded broadcast was played once across the Northern Fleet, a traditional Russian naval hymn sent into the sea without explanation. But behind closed doors, K-209 became an object of quiet obsession. In the years that followed, NATO submarines transiting through the North Atlantic began reporting interference near the same coordinates. Navigation systems flickered, digital compasses showed rapid, localized polarity shifts. Even analog equipment, believed to be immune to software glitches, began spinning or freezing. Sonar sweeps returned ghosts, shapes too small for submarines, too angular for marine life, and too quiet for mechanical debris. A British hunter-killer sub, HMS Starkweather, passing through the region in 1993, recorded a bizarre interference pattern that caused a 2-minute blackout in their onboard comms. When power returned, they found their external depth reading frozen, holding at exactly 2,090 meters, a depth they had not yet reached. The log was saved and flagged, but written off as a system fault. Yet curiously, a post-mission diagnostic revealed the external hull temperature had dropped nearly 4 degrees Celsius during the blackout. No explanation was found. By 1997, even commercial transatlantic cable-laying ships began experiencing unexplainable signal losses when crossing that same region. Engineers dubbed the zone the Triangle Echo for its consistent distortion of both sonar and electromagnetic fields. Some quietly passed on rumors that the Soviets had lost something down there, not a machine but a doorway, a boundary. In 2001, declassified Soviet memos revealed that K-209 had been testing a prototype magnetic shielding array, a classified piece of equipment developed during the late Cold War. Designed to render subs invisible to magnetic anomaly detectors, the system theoretically could neutralize a sub's presence on magnetic maps for short bursts. Some theorists later speculated that if used near an already anomalous region, like the basalt-heavy trenches near the Azores, it could have induced a kind of spatial instability. One document, marked highly speculative, went even further. It hypothesized that the sub may have initiated a magnetic shear, a sudden inversion in geomagnetic alignment that created a micro-singularity. In simpler terms, it may have torn a temporary hole in space. Whether that theory holds weight is debatable, but something happened in that stretch of ocean in 1990, something that left behind no physical wreckage, yet echoes literally through sonar and signal, and then in 2005, it happened again. On August 4, 2005, the Portuguese research vessel Rosa de Noite, operating under the University of Lisbon's Deep Ocean Acoustic Mapping Program, deployed an autonomous submersible drone known as Lera 7. Its mission was simple: scan a previously unmapped portion of the mid-Atlantic ridge just southwest of the Azores. The area had long been excluded from commercial survey routes due to its unstable volcanic terrain, but with better robotics and remote sensing, researchers believed they could chart it safely from a distance. For the first 6 hours, Lera 7 performed flawlessly. Its onboard cameras captured high-resolution topography. Acoustic pulses mapped out geological folds and subduction zones. Everything appeared normal. Then at precisely 2:43 a.m., a sudden shift occurred. The drone's compass began to rotate slowly. Its downward sonar, once returning accurate seafloor data, began feeding back strange results. Depths flickering between 1,800 and 3,600 meters, despite no physical movement. Most disturbing was the light. At 2,904 meters, onboard sensors recorded a spike in ambient illumination, just a fraction of a lumen, but inexplicable at that depth. There were no light sources, no bioluminescent organisms, just open black water. Then the cameras went dead. What remained online were only the drone's sonar logs, which continued broadcasting for 11 minutes. During that time, the data showed Lera 7 had stopped descending and was drifting laterally, slowly moving through a horizontally confined corridor of stable pressure and perfectly smooth terrain. For a moment, it appeared as though the submersible had entered an artificial trench, something too symmetrical to be natural. And then the signal stopped. Recovery crews immediately initiated emergency surfacing protocols, but Lera 7 never returned. It was declared lost due to pressure failure, another line item in the long list of unmanned deep-sea losses. But what the public report didn't mention was the sonar file transmitted just before the signal went dead. That final transmission, stored and later leaked by a former grad student working with the mapping team, revealed a repeating sonar echo pattern, one with 3 distinct returns bouncing in sequence, spaced precisely 4.2 seconds apart. More concerning, the shape of the return. It was not irregular like a rock or natural outcrop. It was symmetrical. It resembled the hull profile of a Foxtrot-class submarine. Multiple naval engineers reviewed the file anonymously. The return matched the dimensions of K-209 to within a margin of less than 2%. But how? The K-209 had vanished 15 years earlier, and that specific part of the ridge had never been officially searched, nor had any wreckage ever been detected in surrounding quadrants. Could the sub have drifted, undetected, for years? Unlikely. The sonar profile was too clean, too well preserved. One theory emerged from a former sonar operator with Portugal's maritime authority. He suggested the return wasn't from a current physical object, but a memory imprint locked in thermal layers of the water. According to this theory, under precise acoustic conditions, deep-sea thermoclines can reflect stored signals, creating what amounts to a delayed echo of an object that passed through long ago. This could explain why the sonar return matched the K-209's shape exactly, despite no physical confirmation. But that doesn't account for what happened next. 2 weeks after Lera 7 was declared lost, a commercial cargo vessel traveling from Ponta Delgada to Norfolk reported a sudden burst of radio static, followed by a shortwave transmission. The frequency was one no longer in use, an old Soviet naval emergency band, now defunct. The message, broadcast in broken Morse code, repeated for 19 seconds. Decoded, it said, "Still inside, holding air, no way out." Then silence. The ship's crew dismissed it as interference, perhaps from some poorly shielded equipment on board. But later analysis of the logs revealed that the radio operator had used a Soviet-specific distress format, a 3.1- preamble only taught to naval signalmen prior to 1991. No civilian radio station could have replicated it by accident. Portuguese maritime authorities investigated. No cause was found. Then in 2007, a seismic buoy placed near the same region recorded a brief tremor, small, localized, and followed by a repeating vibration pattern. Normally, these would be attributed to undersea tectonic activity, but one detail stood out: the vibration signature was binary. 2 quick pulses, pause, 3 longer pulses. Repeated. When converted to Morse code, the translation yielded one word: north. No one knew what it meant. Within weeks, that buoy was removed by military contractors under the pretense of malfunction. In its place, a larger classified array was installed, one designed not to detect earthquakes or marine mammals, but passive acoustic patterns at ultra-low frequencies, the kind associated with distant propulsion systems, or coded pings. Publicly, the region remains closed to deep-sea exploration. Researchers are told the terrain is too unstable, the seafloor shifting, but internal satellite mapping reveals no such instability. Instead, what's been marked are 4 isolated null zones, areas where acoustic, magnetic, and even satellite telemetry return nothing. Not distortion, not static, just absence. These zones form a rough triangle, each corner spaced roughly 60 nautical miles apart. And in the center, still unconfirmed but whispered in leaked reports, is what one document calls a submerged resonance chamber of unknown origin, artificially quiet, capable of masking large metallic structures. Some believe that's where K-209 still rests or exists in some form. A few say it was never destroyed, never sank, but passed into something else. Some threshold beneath our ocean that doesn't follow our laws. A place where pressure, time, and presence fold into silence. And if that's true, if K-209 is still sending faint pings from inside that silence, then perhaps the final warning was not directed at the Russians or the Americans at all. Perhaps the message was for everyone. Do not follow. By 2011, nearly every Western naval power had quietly adjusted their deep-sea navigation protocols in the mid-Atlantic. Without publicly stating it, the corridor between the Azores Plateau and the Madeira Abyssal Plain was now avoided during non-essential missions. Transit routes were remapped. Research expeditions were redirected. On the surface, it appeared as bureaucratic optimization, but internally, the region had been reclassified. Not for seismic danger, not for political tension, but for uncertainty. Within NATO's classified communication network, a term began to circulate in reports: Acoustic Containment Zone Echo 3. ACZE-3, as it came to be known, was only referred to in documents relating to deep field navigation anomalies, magnetic misalignment events, or unexplained object returns. Its inclusion was never formal, but for analysts reviewing reports from the 1990s onward, the implication was clear: something in that patch of sea had behaved in ways no known technology or oceanographic model could explain, and it was still active. On October 11, 2011, a multinational naval exercise was held off the coast of Portugal. Ships from the US, UK, Germany, and France participated. Most of the drill was routine, coordinated sonar operations, simulated sub-interception, and anti-submarine defense trials. But on the final day, a test involving a deep-sea unmanned vehicle, classified under the name Mantis 7, was redirected at the last minute. Its original target coordinates were shifted 12 degrees west. No reason was given. Only one ship, the U.S. Navy's USS Archimedes, was authorized to observe the trial. What happened during that dive was never included in the final exercise report. Internal logs from Archimedes, later leaked via a whistleblower, revealed that Mantis 7 descended to 3,300 meters without issue. At 3,800 meters, it began to register subtle changes in surrounding water density, denser than expected for the recorded temperature. A common enough anomaly in certain underwater currents. But then the vehicle's sonar returned something unexpected, a structure. At first, it was assumed to be a false return. But as the drone adjusted, the image resolved. The sonar mapping showed 3 vertical forms protruding from the seafloor, evenly spaced and rising nearly 30 meters each. The material density was consistent with steel. Between them lay a fourth shape, long, symmetrical, and slightly elevated. From above, it resembled a submarine resting on 3 pillars. Analysts on board Archimedes suspected a hoax, possibly an artifact of sonar bleed or interference. But when Mantis 7 switched to high-res mapping mode, the shape didn't change. If anything, it sharpened. Then came the pulse. At exactly 3:09 a.m., all 3 vertical shapes returned an identical echo pattern, a short, wideband acoustic blast, followed by 5 seconds of dead silence. The drone's pressure sensors recorded a momentary drop, less than 0.2 psi, but distinct. The signal had moved water. That was the last transmission received. Mantis 7 went offline. Its tether cable, still attached to the surface vessel, was reeled in slowly. At first, nothing seemed wrong. But as the end of the tether surfaced, crew members saw it had been cut, cleanly, at a 45-degree angle. Not snapped, not torn, sliced. A second attempt to send a retrieval drone was denied by command. The zone was immediately marked, no re-entry. Official reason: tether failure in a high-risk depth zone. The footage and logs from Archimedes were scrubbed, and the ship reassigned. No report ever surfaced, but the sonar image had already been copied. In December 2011, an anonymous email was sent to 3 independent marine anomaly researchers. It included a single image, grainy blue-hued sonar data, showing the outline of what unmistakably resembled a Foxtrot-class sub resting beneath 3 vertical beams. No coordinates, no context. Just the subject line: it's still there, just not alone. Experts who viewed the image noticed something off. The shape of the submarine was correct, but its outline was cleaner than it should have been, almost too intact for a vessel missing since 1990. Moreover, no degradation pattern was visible, no rust erosion, no silt covering. The sub looked as though it had been placed there yesterday. More disturbing was the orientation of the vertical pillars. Based on their alignment, they formed an isosceles triangle with the submarine as the base. The apex pointed west, directly toward a seamount known for causing magnetic disruptions in compass systems since the 1970s. That seamount, known on old maps as Point Franklin, had long been rumored to distort not just instruments, but time. Sailors reported watches running backwards. Data logs showed time code jumps, but none of it was confirmed. Until now, a week after the Mantis 7 loss, an encrypted transmission was sent from the USS Archimedes to Naval Intelligence Command in Norfolk. The file was labeled Echo Pattern 12C. Within it was an audio clip, 17 seconds long, of a sonar return, unlike anything recorded before. The sound began as a low-frequency hum, then rose into a modulating chorus of overlapping tones, almost like multiple sonar pings, all layered but out of phase with one another. At the 9-second mark, a single isolated tone rang out, identical in length and frequency to K-209's 1990 signal. Only this time, it was not followed by silence. Instead, a series of mechanical clicks followed, 4 in a row. Analysts reviewing the waveform noticed an uncanny pattern. The spacing between clicks matched the rotational signature of a Foxtrot-class periscope, rising to periscope depth, as if something was preparing to surface. The clip ends with a sharp cutoff. Some believe this proves that K-209 was never destroyed, that it was captured, or more precisely, absorbed by a structure that defies known marine architecture. The pillars, the triangle, the buried silence surrounding it. Others believe we're not hearing echoes. We're hearing rehearsals. Something replaying the final moments of K-209's mission over and over, as if caught in a loop. A sonic purgatory beneath the Atlantic, waiting for someone to answer its call. But the real fear among those who have studied this closely isn't that we'll never recover K-209. It's that someday something might send it back. By 2014, the handful of naval and research personnel who had access to the growing dossier on K-209 and the Echo 3 anomaly were no longer asking where the submarine had gone. The deeper concern had shifted to a more abstract and far more disturbing question: had it ever truly left? At Naval Acoustic Research Facility West, one of the last remaining Cold War-era underwater signal analysis stations, a team of retired sonar analysts had been reviewing decades of low-frequency data from the Central Atlantic. Their mission was part of an archival digitization project. Nothing classified, nothing urgent, just cleaning up the past. Then they found it, buried in a log from June 23, 1996, 6 years after K-209 vanished, was a short burst transmission logged by an unmanned buoy system off the coast of Bermuda. It was flagged at the time as probable seismic chatter. No one followed up. But in 2014, one of the analysts, former Senior Chief Petty Officer David Rayner, recognized the structure of the return. It wasn't geological, it was acoustic, and not random. The signal bore the same harmonic signature as K-209's last known sonar ping, down to the wavelength. This meant one of two things. Either an identical frequency had occurred naturally in the same general region, an event so statistically improbable it bordered on impossible, or K-209 had transmitted again, 6 years after its disappearance. Rayner ran the data through modern frequency matching software. The result, a 99.92% match with the original K-209 waveform recorded in 1990. This was not coincidence. This was repetition. But there was a problem. The location of the 1996 ping was 520 miles east of the Azores, nowhere near the site of the initial disappearance. This contradicted everything. To move that far, undetected, would have required propulsion, power, and crew, all things K-209 should have been without. Even if drift were possible, the sonar clarity of the signal indicated a source at or near transmission depth, not a wreck on the seafloor. Rayner brought the evidence to the Naval Signals Archive. He was thanked for his diligence and relieved of his project role the next morning. The official reason was a budgetary reshuffle, but weeks later, a former colleague of his noted that Rayner's home computer had been seized under a federal security order. His digital credentials were revoked, and no one was allowed to contact him. Since then, more fragments have leaked, just enough to keep the legend alive. In 2016, a maritime satellite owned by a private imaging company captured a heat bloom in the center of the Echo 3 zone. This was later described as a thermal anomaly, rising from 3,000 meters to the surface in under 3 hours, spreading out in a slow concentric ring visible only in infrared. Navy analysts, who acquired the raw data, noticed that at the center of the ring was a cold void, an absence of thermal signature consistent with a metallic object of significant size. Again, the shape was long, cylindrical, proportional to a Foxtrot-class submarine. Then came the St. Braga incident. In early 2018, a deep-sea oil survey vessel operating under a European contractor picked up a distress signal on an unmonitored frequency, 406.037 MHz, a Soviet emergency frequency not in use since the 1980s. The signal lasted only 5 seconds, but was logged and time-stamped. The transmission translated to containment breached, preparing to surface. The source was triangulated to a location inside Echo 3. No other vessels were reported in the vicinity. The transmission bore a frequency decay profile consistent with older naval hardware, equipment believed to be obsolete. The response team was told the signal was likely a ghost ping, an echo from a Soviet satellite bouncing off the thermosphere. But radio echoes don't carry Morse code. The oil vessel was instructed to vacate the area. Within 48 hours, 3 NATO reconnaissance planes passed over the coordinates. All flight data was classified. Publicly, the incident never happened. And yet something shifted afterward. Civilian vessels using high-resolution sonar were now being blocked from Echo 3. Access denied. Data feeds scrubbed. Even satellite-based bathymetric services began showing the area as a flat, featureless shelf, inconsistent with all prior topographic models. Whatever existed in that trench was now being erased, not investigated. In private military circles, Echo 3 is no longer referred to as a zone or a sector. It's spoken of as a field, a resonant space where the laws of oceanic acoustics, and possibly time itself, are unreliable. A place where objects can vanish and reappear. A place where sound travels not just through space but across years. The K-209, in this framing, is no longer just a lost submarine. It's a key, a prototype, an echo chamber of metal and human memory, caught in an environment that doesn't abide by cause and effect. Some say it's sending warnings, others believe it's asking for help. And then there are those veterans of the Signal Corps, men who spent their lives listening to the ocean, who quietly suggest the most haunting theory of all, that the submarine was not taken, not trapped, but transformed. That somewhere beneath Echo 3, under 3,000 meters of pressure and silence, a Soviet vessel built by human hands became something else. Not living, not dead, but ongoing, a presence, a frequency, one that now returns calls in patterns we were never meant to understand. And still, to this day, if you stand on the deck of a slow-moving ship in that sector, turn your instruments off, and listen carefully between the waves, some say you can still hear it. A long pulse, 3 short tones, too long again, then silence. In January of 1968, long before modern satellite tracking or integrated naval communication networks, a Soviet November-class nuclear submarine, the B-122, departed from Severomorsk under sealed orders. Its mission, recorded only in a now declassified black folder labeled Operation KOVSHG, was to map magnetic fluctuations beneath the Laptev Sea shelf, an area of the Arctic increasingly viewed by Soviet geologists as hiding more than just oil. B-122 had undergone several non-standard refits before departure. Unlike other November-class vessels, which were fast but notoriously loud, B-122 had been outfitted with experimental hull dampening materials and a revised sonar array, designed not to broadcast, but to passively listen. These upgrades, according to a former design bureau technician, were intended for one specific purpose: to monitor deep seismic structures for signs of non-natural resonance. In other words, the Soviet Navy believed there was something artificial under the ice. For the first 3 weeks of its patrol, B-122 reported minimal activity, basic oceanographic readings, routine sonar scans, and several minor anomalies in the ice shelf density readings. The final confirmed message from the sub, logged at 3:44 a.m. on February 11th, was unremarkable: a system status check, followed by coordinates, placing them roughly 90 kilometers off the edge of the continental shelf. Then, as with so many stories like it, silence. No alarms, no distress call, no final ping. Soviet Arctic Command waited 36 hours before alerting recovery units. By then the region was locked in a full polar storm, with surface visibility reduced to 3 meters and temperatures plummeting to 140 degrees. Aircraft were grounded, icebreakers delayed, the window to locate and assist B-122 narrowed by the hour. Then, just as the weather began to clear, an odd report arrived from a Soviet meteorological station on Kotelny Island. At approximately 4:22 a.m. on February 13th, a technician monitoring magnetometer arrays recorded a localized field spike, sharp, vertical, and symmetrical, originating from beneath the ice shelf. The strength of the spike was unusual, but not unheard of. What troubled the technician was the duration. The magnetic anomaly pulsed steadily for exactly 122 seconds. A numeric coincidence, perhaps, but shortly after the pulse faded, seismic sensors across the island began registering shallow tremors, isolated quakes not consistent with normal tectonic activity. At 6:02 a.m., sonar buoys dropped through ice fissures picked up a signal, weak, modulated and repeating. The frequency matched the emergency distress call of a November-class submarine. It looped 3 times before cutting off. rescue teams finally breached the storm wall on February 14, deploying a remote tow array and 2 under-ice probes. Initial scans revealed no trace of the submarine, no radiation signatures, no hull fragments, nothing. What they did find was stranger. Roughly 800 meters beneath the shelf, one of the probes captured a transient sonar image, recorded only for a second before interference shut down the system. That image, later enhanced by Soviet analysts, showed a rectangular depression in the seafloor. It was perfectly symmetrical, 110 meters long, 8 meters deep, the approximate dimensions of B-122. But the indentation wasn't just a scar, it was glowing. More specifically, sonar reflectivity suggested that the seafloor material had changed, no longer silt or rock, but something closer to vitrified sediment, like the seafloor had been flash melted and reformed into a smooth basin. And in the center of that basin, partially obscured by debris, was what looked like a spiral track, as if the object had not landed, but rotated down like a screw into the earth. The lead analyst, Colonel Anatoly Reshkin, wrote only one word in the margin of his final report: deliberate. But that wasn't the end. 3 days later, at a listening station outside Yakutsk, a pair of operators, young conscripts working a midnight shift, recorded a signal that none of them were equipped to understand. It wasn't on naval frequencies. It wasn't Morse. It wasn't speech. It was a tone. A rising unbroken harmonic that began at 14 Hz and climbed smoothly to 28 Hz over the course of 4 minutes. The shape of the signal resembled what physicists call a perfect harmonic ramp, something not found in nature. But the true shock came during playback. When slowed to a quarter of its original speed, the signal revealed embedded data, low-frequency amplitude shifts in regular patterns. When processed through early Soviet cryptographic algorithms, a partial message emerged. It read 122 is not alone, then nothing. No one ever found a trace of the B-122. It was officially written off as lost due to hull fatigue, though no evidence supported that. No wreckage, no radiation, not even an oil trace. What remained was a location, beneath a silent patch of Arctic shelf where magnetometers now go haywire, sonar returns are swallowed, and local ice sometimes melts from below in perfect hexagonal patterns. The B-122 was gone, but something else had awakened in its place. By 1983, Soviet Arctic Command had sealed off the coordinates associated with the B-122 disappearance under a classified designation, Zone Morose 9. It appeared on no civilian charts, and was listed in naval records only as a glacial collapse risk region. Internally, however, Zone Morose 9 was monitored continuously by a network of underwater hydrophones, EM sensors, and satellite thermal arrays. Yet despite years of surveillance, no unusual activity was officially recorded. Then in December of 1989, a Soviet geophysicist named Lev Korovin, assigned to a joint Arctic and Geomagnetic Institute project, detected something strange. During a routine scan of archived sonar logs from the region, Korovin noticed a repeating background signal in recordings taken during the winter months of every year since 1971. The signal was low in volume and narrow in range, easily mistaken for interference. But once isolated, it revealed a repeating pattern of 3 short tones, followed by silence, repeated every 46 minutes, continuously, across 18 years of data. More disturbing was the source. Each ping sequence appeared to originate from the same fixed point, directly beneath the coordinates where B-122 had vanished. That signal had been there all along. Korovin presented his findings to the Ministry of Defense. Within a week, the institute where he worked was nationalized under direct military oversight, and Korovin himself was reassigned to a high-priority security project. No further publications bearing his name were released. Privately, colleagues claimed he had been moved to a remote naval facility on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Others said he vanished completely. The government never acknowledged his discovery. But 2 years later, in 1991, a seismic research expedition funded through the Soviet Academy of Sciences gained brief clearance to conduct under-ice drilling operations in the Laptev Sea. Though limited in scope, the mission included electromagnetic scans, sub-bottom profiling, and ice core thermal sampling. The goal, at least on paper, was to investigate permafrost changes related to methane hydrate release. What the crew recorded, however, had nothing to do with methane. At 2:03 a.m. on February 4th, while conducting a sub-bottom profile of the continental shelf, a series of pulses disrupted their equipment. These weren't background noise, they were symmetrical and timed. A resonance pattern, low frequency, but too regular to be geological. One researcher later described it as something vast breathing beneath the crust. Shortly after the pulses ceased, the team captured a brief sonar return, an upward-moving object, long and narrow, ascending from 3,400 meters depth. It rose to 2,800 meters before vanishing from sensors entirely, without ever reaching the ice. That night, the expedition was ordered to halt all operations. Their equipment was impounded, their logs seized. But what couldn't be confiscated were the memories of the 6-person research crew, especially the 2 sonar technicians who privately copied a portion of the raw data to cassette before the tapes were destroyed. In 2003, one of those technicians, now retired and living in Finland, anonymously submitted the audio to a civilian naval anomaly research group. The tape, staticky but intact, was analyzed using modern signal processing. It revealed not one, but 2 distinct moving sources. The first matched the characteristics of a submarine, long, symmetrical, ascending steadily. The second was different, larger, not by length, but by mass, suggested by the depth pressure readings encoded in the signal decay. Whatever it was, it did not ascend. It shifted laterally, circling the first object, like a satellite. Then both signals vanished simultaneously. Interpreting this behavior led to 2 main theories among analysts. The first suggested that B-122 was still somehow functional, perhaps caught in a current, or more disturbingly, under remote control. The second posited that B-122 had become part of a system, one not designed by human hands, but instead integrated into something beneath the ice, something large enough to exert magnetic influence over hundreds of meters, something capable of erasing its own presence. In 2006, a NATO thermal satellite identified a hexagonal melt zone in the Laptev ice, 40 kilometers wide. It wasn't continuous, rather it appeared as a ring of individual melt pockets, each exactly 122 meters across. Scientists dismissed the shape as natural fracturing from subsurface methane, but multiple reports from that same season noted increased compass drift, sudden changes in polar bear migration, and in one case, a Russian survey aircraft experiencing a full 11-minute black box data loss while flying over the region. The pilot's report, which later leaked, claimed the aircraft's navigational instruments froze and the magnetic compass spun in place. There was no turbulence, no interference, only a sudden disorientation and blackout. Upon recovery, engineers discovered the aircraft's onboard timekeeping system had reset, back to February 11, 1968. The date B-122 vanished. Whether this was a glitch or something more remains unknown, but those studying the region now speak less about B-122 as a missing submarine, and more about the Laptev shelf as a machine, an unknown system beneath the ice, partially mechanical, partially environmental. A layered structure that occasionally activates during deep winter, pulsing magnetic signatures outward like sonar beacons. Some suspect B-122 made contact with something it wasn't meant to. Others believe it was pulled into a larger structure buried beneath the crust, part of an ancient mechanism that reacts to patterns of sound and heat. And still others propose that B-122 did not disappear at all, but transitioned, not into space, not into another dimension, but into a loop, a repeating temporal corridor from which faint echoes still leak out every winter, a breath, a pulse, a reminder that something beneath the red ice is still listening. By 2010, the Laptev region had become a ghost zone, not in the folkloric sense, but in the operational one. Russian naval patrols ceased surfacing within 150 kilometers of Zone Moroz 9. Scientific expeditions now required high-level military clearance. Civilian vessels attempting to enter the region were quietly redirected without explanation. Satellite overflights were reduced, and sonar scans ceased to be shared publicly after 2011. The silence wasn't incidental, it was enforced. Still, fragments of the story continued to bleed through. In 2013, a polar acoustics technician at the University of Tromsø in Norway published an innocuous-sounding paper titled Persistent Harmonic Interference in Arctic Subsurface Channels. On its face, The study described low-frequency noise patterns found in archived Arctic sonar data. The strange part wasn't the patterns themselves, but their consistency, recurring precisely every February, only within a specific band stretching from the Laptev Sea toward the East Siberian Shelf. In the paper's appendix, a graph plotted over 4 decades of sonar data revealed something unsettling, a slow but steady intensification of those harmonic frequencies. The author stopped short of drawing any definitive conclusions, but in a private forum, he admitted that the waveforms showed signs of intentional escalation, as if something was adjusting its output gradually, year by year. A week after the paper was published, the university received a legal takedown request, not from the Russian government, but from an unnamed joint Arctic security initiative, claiming jurisdiction over cross-border acoustic interference. The paper disappeared from digital archives within 24 hours. Meanwhile, in Moscow, declassified budgetary records revealed that funding for under-ice signal analysis had more than tripled between 2008 and 2012. New installations were being constructed beneath the guise of weather research, but internally, these were known as ZKP stations, submerged acoustic control points. Their function was singular: monitor deep resonance activity under the Laptev Shelf. And in 2015, they detected something that triggered the first full regional lockdown in nearly 2 decades. On February 10, ZKP-3 registered a harmonic anomaly unlike any seen before. It began as a routine pulse, similar to the decades-long B-122 signature, but instead of fading, it grew in amplitude and split into 2 parallel signals. Each carried a nearly identical waveform, separated by only 0.3 seconds. This duplication had never occurred before. More alarming, the signals began moving in opposite directions. One descended deeper into the crust, the other ascended, slowly but steadily, toward the ice shelf. Military response was immediate. All air and sea traffic was grounded, icebreaker movements ceased, and by February 11th, the 47th anniversary of the B-122's disappearance, a single heat bloom appeared on satellite thermal scans. The shape of the bloom, when overlaid with sonar returns, resembled the rough outline of a November-class submarine, but the object never surfaced. Instead, a pressure wave moved outward from the epicenter, recorded by sensors in Greenland and Svalbard, indicating a sudden displacement of water. Not an explosion, not a collapse. Something had moved. Then, as if flipping a switch, the entire region fell silent. Acoustic returns vanished. Magnetic drift normalized. The only lingering anomaly was a brief change in the orientation of compass readings aboard a research station 400 kilometers away. Their instruments turned 3 degrees south, and stayed there. The event became known internally as the bifurcation, a term borrowed from chaos theory, referring to the sudden splitting of a stable system into multiple, unstable pathways. In the years since, reports have surfaced of strange visual phenomena over the Laptev region, faint red auroras appearing where no aurora should be, spiral cloud formations that defy normal atmospheric modeling, and most disturbingly, brief satellite glimpses of symmetrical indentations forming in newly refrozen ice, perfect hexagons, each aligned to true magnetic north, and measuring exactly 122 meters across. Pattern, precision, persistence, all signs point to an intelligence behind the signals, not necessarily sentient in the way we understand it, but active, responsive, and increasingly coordinated. A retired acoustic engineer from Murmansk, who worked in the area for 2 decades, described it this way: "It's not just that the signal keeps repeating, it's that it knows when we're listening." This sentiment was echoed in a restricted Russian Navy training manual leaked in 2017. A single page included a diagram of frequency pathways, a short table of February anomalies dating back to 1968, and a final instruction typed in bold red: "No vessel is to initiate sonar within Zone Moros 9 during winter operations. If contact occurs, cease all pinging and surface immediately." Why this specific instruction? Because the few crews who did ping back, intentionally or accidentally, never responded again. One such case was the Admiral Sirotkin, a modified Kilo-class submarine assigned to under-ice navigation tests in February 2016. Midway through its patrol, its passive sonar recorded a low-frequency pulse. Assuming it to be interference from ice movement, The crew responded with a calibrated return ping. 12 seconds later, the ship's electrical systems began to fail. Power flickered. Navigation screens froze. Emergency surfacing was attempted but aborted when ballast controls failed. A single transmission was received from the captain. Returning pulse is not ours. That was the last contact. No wreckage was ever found. The Laptev shelf remains closed to this day, not by international law, but by silent agreement. No surface maps show it. No warnings are issued. But every winter, as the sea turns red beneath the cold Arctic twilight, a rhythm begins. 3 tones, 46 minutes apart, always February, always from below. And those who still listen, in secret labs or quiet radar rooms across the north, know one thing: B-122 may have been the first, but it wasn't the last, and whatever sleeps beneath the red ice is learning to call back. By 2020, whispers of what lay beneath the Laptev shelf had begun spreading into private intelligence circles, not officially, not through documents or leaks, but by way of subtle operational behavior. Insurance companies quietly raising premiums on Arctic shipping lanes, oceanographic equipment manufacturers declining requests for sonar packages in the region, and energy firms cancelling multi-million-dollar gas exploration contracts without explanation. Something invisible was shaping policy. The final known military interaction with the B-122 site occurred in February 2021. Details remain tightly held, but scattered sources agree on several key facts. A new Russian naval asset, an uncrewed under-ice autonomous vehicle known as Project Vostok 9, was deployed on a classified mission to the edge of Zone Moroz 9. Unlike previous probes, Vostok 9 was not tethered. It carried a next-generation AI navigation module, designed to survive extreme environmental interference and transmit compressed bursts of telemetry through modulated sonar. On February 10, the drone made contact. Its initial descent was stable, its course carefully charted by both inertial and external triangulation. At 2,700 meters, it encountered minor pressure anomalies, waves of compression followed by sudden localized temperature drops. At 3,100 meters, the drone's telemetry began transmitting garbled data. However, one clear burst, captured before signal degradation, indicated an object ahead, metallic, curved, and partially embedded in the seafloor. This was not the first time something matching that description had been seen. The curvature, according to post-analysis, was consistent with a partial hull, possibly the bow section of B-122, but the reflectivity values were anomalous. The sonar return was faintly pulsing, almost as if the surface itself was vibrating at a low frequency, interfering with the echo. Then came something entirely new: a light. The Vostok 9's optical system, built to operate in zero-light conditions, recorded a brief illumination in the water ahead. Not natural bioluminescence, not a reflection from the drone's own lights. It was a narrow cone of red, rotating clockwise, like a scanning beam. It passed over the drone once, then again. Then the sonar pinged, but not from the drone. It came from below. One long tone, then 3 short pulses, identical to the B-122 distress pattern. The drone attempted to surface, but its depth sensors reported no change in altitude, despite active propulsion upward. Navigation failed. The AI, trained to reroute based on obstacle avoidance, began repeating a strange pattern. It turned clockwise in precise 122-degree angles, then paused, then turned again. That pattern was not part of its programming. Over the course of 16 minutes, Vostok 9 transmitted a final compressed burst before going completely dark. That burst contained no coordinates, no video, only a single audio tone embedded in a loop, oscillating between 14 Hz and 28 Hz, perfectly harmonic. The same signature, detected by the Soviet signal teams decades earlier. It was received, archived, and classified. Since then, the Russian government has issued no further clearance for any under-ice research in the region. Even civilian satellite scans now return false overlays, flattened terrain maps, designed to mimic undisturbed seabed. A digital mirage covering something the world is not supposed to see. But silence doesn't erase curiosity, and the patterns have not stopped. Every year since 2021, the same phenomenon occurs. On February 11th, a localized magnetic anomaly appears above Zone Moroz 9, For exactly 122 seconds, GPS signals in the area scramble, and underwater hydrophones in the region pick up the same 3-pulse sonar echo. Not a random event, not a malfunction, a ritual. Experts now speculate that B-122 didn't vanish because it failed. It vanished because it succeeded in establishing contact with something beneath the crust, something ancient, geometrically precise, mechanically active, not alien, perhaps, but unfamiliar in its origin. A machine beneath the seabed, camouflaged by pressure, by silence, by time itself. Some call it a trap, others, a door, and the submarine that found it, the B-122, may have become its voice, a repeating signal to test, to bait, or to teach, a synthetic siren, cast in steel and loss, waiting each winter for the ocean above to freeze, so the pattern can begin again. And here's the final detail, kept buried in a forgotten annex of Soviet naval records. A maintenance diver stationed at an Arctic port in the 1970s claimed to have found a sealed capsule inside an abandoned sonar buoy. The capsule contained a strip of metal etched in microscopic script, unreadable without magnification. After careful study, the message translated from Russian, read, "The vessel persists, its crew remains silent, but it has learned to listen." To this day, no confirmed wreckage of the B-122 has ever been found. No oil, no radiation, no pressure hull fragments, only the pulse, and the red glow beneath the shelf, waiting. In June of 1989, the USS Treeline, a modified Los Angeles-class fast-attack submarine, departed from Apra Harbor in Guam, under an unusual designation, Recon NUS 771, a temporary mission code, not tied to any known fleet operation. The submarine, relatively new at the time, had just returned from a standard deployment and was undergoing routine maintenance when orders came directly from Pacific Command. A classified survey, run along the western slope of the Mindanao Trench, one of the deepest regions in the Philippine Sea. Officially, the Treeline was gathering oceanographic data for submarine cable route optimization. Unofficially, the mission had more to do with a series of unexplained acoustic returns recorded by naval hydrophones stationed along the Mariana Arc, signals that bore no resemblance to marine life, earthquakes, or human machinery. These returns were described internally as delayed shadows, sonar pings that echoed back seconds after they should have, as if rebounding off something behind the trench wall. The Treeline's crew had no idea what they were heading toward. Their orders included a strict radio blackout, even from Allied listening stations. All data would be recorded internally and handed off upon return. The only exception, an emergency narrowband uplink, reserved for direct transmission to Pacific Command. That line was never used. The last confirmed communication from the Treeline was logged at 22:03 GMT on June 17. The message was brief: initiating descent pattern, entering survey zone, expect low visibility, all systems nominal, then nothing. 3 days later, a sonar array aboard the USNS Bowditch, a civilian-operated survey vessel contracted to track subsea floor ridges, detected something unexpected, an acoustic spike emerging from the trench floor at over 10,000 meters depth. The spike did not behave like a typical sonar return. It was repeating, almost rhythmic, low-frequency pulses, evenly spaced, lasting 1.3 seconds each. Analysts described it as a mechanical heartbeat. The Bowditch's onboard AI flagged it as an unknown signature and forwarded the logs to Naval Submarine Warfare Command. Their technicians compared the pattern to a library of known undersea sounds. It matched nothing, but when overlaid with historical recordings from 1964, the year the Trieste Tateau attempted its first manned descent into the Philippine Trench, an eerie similarity emerged. The same frequency, the same duration, the same 1.3-second spacing. Whatever had made that sound in 1964 was making it again. Only this time, there was no manned vessel near it, except possibly the Treeline. Search efforts began immediately. Deep-sea drones were deployed. Satellite imaging was ramped up, but the trench was too deep, too vast, and the terrain too unstable. Even nuclear submarines couldn't descend far enough without risking hull integrity. No debris was ever located. No beacons triggered. Only the sound pulsing in the darkness, recorded intermittently for 11 days before fading completely on June 28. By July, the Navy declared the USS Treeline lost. The official statement cited catastrophic mechanical failure during deep-sea mapping operations. Families were told their loved ones had perished during a noble survey mission, and commendations were issued posthumously. But behind closed doors, analysts were left with a growing list of anomalies. For one, the Treeline had been outfitted with a reinforced experimental hull, classified at the time, capable of withstanding pressures well beyond the limits of a typical fast attack sub. It wasn't supposed to break. Second, the vessel carried an unusual payload, a dual-modality sonar array, capable of active mapping and passive harmonic listening, a system still in testing at the time. And third, the Treeline was operating in an area known by local seafarers and fishermen as the Hollow Gate, a section of trench rumored to emit sounds even when no vessels were present. Several Filipino dive teams, working far from the main search zone, later reported hearing thunder beneath the sea, a term used by deep-sea fishers to describe echoing groans and metallic shrieks, often accompanied by sudden drop-offs in sonar clarity. One trawler captain recounted his vessel's depth gauge spinning wildly before stabilizing with a soft electronic whine in the cabin, like a tone trying to emerge from the equipment itself. His coordinates placed him less than 30 nautical miles from the Treeline's last known location. Despite growing evidence of abnormal conditions, no further missions were dispatched to the trench that year. The data logs from the Bowditch were removed from public records, and over time, the incident faded into silence. Another unexplained loss chalked up to the risks of underwater exploration, but some weren't ready to let it go. In 1994, a group of retired sonar analysts, independently reviewing years of archived trench acoustics, discovered something strange. Buried deep in the static of the June 1989 recordings was a signal, a compressed digital burst almost indistinguishable from background noise. When decompressed, it revealed a timestamp and a short alphanumeric code, T722 AFTTO FIATO FUGPIAC. Damaged, sustaining, no ascent, they are moving. The code was genuine. It followed the structure used by US submarines for compartment status during emergencies, which raised a question: if the Treeline had been destroyed instantly, who sent that message? After the discovery of the encoded message in 1994, unofficial interest in the Treeline case surged among a small group of former Navy engineers, marine cryptographers, and acoustic researchers. They began compiling every available sonar log from the region, paying particular attention to transients, brief, often overlooked anomalies that lacked the repeating structure of known mechanical or biological sounds. Over time, a peculiar pattern began to emerge. Every year, near the anniversary of the Treeline's disappearance, the same frequency that once mimicked a mechanical heartbeat would reappear. But instead of rising from the trench, the signal would travel laterally, moving across the floor of the basin like a roaming beacon. Its tone remained constant, low, pulsing, non-rhythmic, yet its path traced a perfect arc, curving slowly northward over a span of several days. By the early 2000s, this phenomenon became internally known among the group as the arc drift. Several members theorized that the signal was not natural, nor merely a trace of the submarine. It was a response, a type of acoustic positioning call, moving along a curved vector mapped to deep trench fissures. In 2005, a deep-diving autonomous vehicle, operated by a Japanese oceanographic institute, detected the signal during a test run near the Philippine basin. The onboard sonar registered it as a long, continuous pulse, steady, almost dull, but then for 3 seconds, the signal shifted pitch in a descending sweep. The researchers thought nothing of it until a software anomaly was noticed upon retrieval. The AUV's inertial navigation log had reset its internal compass heading to 281 degrees, the exact bearing from its current position to the coordinates of the Treeline's last known location. Even more unsettling, the compass heading had been overwritten at the same time the pitch change occurred. It was as if the sound had injected a new heading into the system. When the incident was quietly reported to Allied naval researchers, they reviewed their own archived logs and found matching pitch sweeps, every 5 to 7 years, spaced irregularly, always tied to equipment failure or brief navigational anomalies. These weren't accidents. The signal had agency. In 2011, during a multinational ocean drilling program, seismic readings taken near the western trench wall picked up what was initially classified as an ultra-low frequency crustal groan. But when sped up and isolated, the waveform revealed symmetrical banding, suggesting not tectonic activity, but engineered resonance. The depth at which the vibration originated was staggering, nearly 11,100 meters, below the recorded depth of any known submersible. The implications sent ripples through the few who understood the data. If the signal was mechanical, or even semi-artificial, it meant there was a structure, a platform or mechanism, not just present, but operational, deep beneath one of the most remote and least accessible regions on Earth. And more disturbing still, it wasn't static. Reports from an internal Navy assessment suggested that the origin point of the signal had shifted westward by 14 nautical miles over the previous decade. Something was moving beneath the trench. Slowly, purposefully, following the same curved arc the Treeline's last known data suggested. Then in 2014 came the event that broke the silence wide open. A team of civilian divers, exploring the southern Philippines drop-off regions, encountered something bizarre while using a new portable sonar scanner. At a depth of just over 400 meters, well above the trench itself, they recorded a strange reflective object resting on a slope. It was a metallic disc, heavily corroded, partially buried in silt. Stamped on the outer rim was a faded US Navy identifier, TL-09 Comp Seal. That stamp matched a component used in the aft hydraulic ballast system of the USS Treeline. But there was no evidence of explosion, no tearing or deformation consistent with implosion under pressure. Instead, the disc showed signs of suction scarring, as if it had been pulled cleanly from its housing. When the divers attempted to recover the object, they encountered severe interference with their communications equipment. Video feeds glitched. Compass bearings rotated. The lead diver experienced a high-pitched tone inside his helmet, one not heard by others, and immediately aborted the dive due to nausea and disorientation. The object was retrieved. It was real. But soon after, the team was approached by men identifying themselves as contractors for a marine security agency. The disc was quietly taken. No formal documentation followed. Still, the team had managed to photograph the item before surrendering it. Analysis of the corrosion patterns showed saltwater degradation consistent with depths far below 6,000 meters. And embedded in one edge of the disc was a micro-layer of fused silica glass, a substance that only forms under enormous pressure and temperature. Conditions not present near the surface, but entirely plausible at Hadal depths below 10,000 meters. The question became unavoidable. Had the Treeline been taken, not crushed or destroyed, but extracted from the trench by a force or structure capable of operating at the very edge of Earth's pressure limits? And if so, what had taken its place? By 2017, the mystery of the USS Treeline had reached a strange stalemate, no longer an open investigation, but also no longer forgotten. It had become one of those unspoken threads that wove through the private conversations of naval researchers, intelligence officers, and geophysical anomaly analysts. They all knew about it. None were willing to discuss it on record, but many continued to watch for signs. That year, one finally arrived. A research array located on the Challenger Plateau, far to the southeast of the Treeline's disappearance point, registered a frequency drift that defied every known environmental model. It began as a faint pulse, barely above background noise. But over the course of 14 minutes, the pulse tightened, drawing into a focused band of resonance that matched, almost exactly, the old Recon 771 sonar signature. This shouldn't have been possible. Recon 771 was the code assigned only to Treeline's mission. The transmission format wasn't reused. The encryption key embedded in the burst hadn't been public for nearly 30 years. Yet here it was, broadcasting again. Initial reactions among US Navy analysts were disbelief. Perhaps a hoax, a software fault, or signal spoofing from an adversary. But layered beneath the signal was something undeniable, a timestamp embedded with the Julian date 2457922, which corresponded exactly to June 17, 2017, the 28th anniversary of Treeline's last known message. That timestamp wasn't a hoax. It had been embedded in real time. The question was no longer what the signal was, it was who had sent it. More critically, how. The Navy reactivated dormant listening posts across the Philippine Sea, deploying updated hydrophone nets with expanded coverage along the trench. For 6 months, nothing more was heard. But then in late November, something changed. Without warning, a low-frequency standing wave, non-directional, continuous, began to pulse across a 300-kilometer radius of the Mindanao Trench. This was not seismic. The signature had sharp vertical waveforms and symmetrical upper harmonics, suggestive of a designed emitter rather than a natural source. Even stranger, the wave wasn't static. It rippled every time it passed through specific geological nodes beneath the ocean floor, areas suspected to be part of ancient subduction fault systems. Each time it did, the energy spike rose by several percent, as if the signal were gaining strength by interacting with something buried. One geophysicist described it as a key turning inside a lock, testing different positions, looking for a match. The theory began to emerge that the treeline hadn't simply vanished into the trench, but had been drawn into a larger structure, or field, far more complex than any single submarine could explain. A system, possibly global in scale, hidden beneath tectonic folds, activated only under very specific harmonic conditions. If this idea sounded far-fetched, then the next revelation forced even skeptics to take notice. In January 2018, an independent contractor, operating a deep-sea cable-laying vessel off the coast of Palau, reported something impossible. Their signal relay buoys began to misbehave, rerouting pulses that had been perfectly aligned. Initially assumed to be equipment failure, the team ran diagnostics. What they found were ghost responses, faint echoes of previous transmissions looping back through the system with 1-second delays. And embedded within one of these loops, captured by pure chance, was a compressed string of audio that, when slowed down and filtered, produced a voice. A human voice. The words were garbled, but several syllables were clear. Starboard, not hull breach, reactor holding, they're around. The accent matched American English. The tone, as best as could be reconstructed, was panicked but controlled, naval in nature. The recording was analyzed by voice profiling software and cross-referenced with legacy submarine voice logs. Though inconclusive, one match stood out: Lieutenant CM Stephen Griggs, formerly the executive officer aboard the USS Treeline. Griggs had been declared lost at sea nearly 3 decades prior. The implications were staggering. Had a crew member survived? Was this some form of time-dilated recording bleeding through the signal net? Or was it something far stranger, a recording not just from the past, but from an ongoing event, somehow looped inside a closed temporal or acoustic system? In the months following the voice capture, a new policy quietly took shape within Pacific Command. No manned naval missions were to enter the core trench region without passive-only sonar arrays, and all autonomous drones were to be set to return immediately if exposed to frequency patterns matching RICON 771. The order was not made public, but the implications were clear. The Navy believed Treeline might still be there, and they were no longer sure it wanted to be found. By 2021, the Treeline was no longer classified simply as a missing submarine. Internally, it had been recategorized within naval anomaly databases under the label Persistent Echo Object, PEO03, a designation typically reserved for long-duration, unresolved acoustic phenomena that displayed patterns of recurrence, modulation, and spatial migration. Only 2 other PEOs existed on record, one beneath the Scotia Plate, and the other near Antarctica's Balleny Basin. Both were still unexplained, but PEO03 was unique. Unlike the others, it was directly associated with a missing U.S. naval asset, and more disturbingly, a signal that spoke back. In mid-2021, a specially equipped long-range hydrophone system, installed aboard the USNS Sally Ride, detected a multi-frequency burst while operating southwest of the trench. The pattern was a complex harmonic stack, 13 distinct tones layered atop a carrier wave. One tone in particular stood out. It perfectly matched the startup frequency of Treeline's emergency reactor scram test, a sequence never used in operation, only in maintenance checks. It was obscure, something known only to Treeline's engineering crew and a few design contractors. The pattern repeated twice before fading. The signal path indicated that it had originated from beneath a silted-over fracture zone, over 10,500 meters down. This time, there was no confusion. The signal wasn't ambient, geological, or incidental. It was a data packet, sent in a highly compressed format, piggybacking on ocean-borne vibration to travel upward. When decrypted by the Naval Ocean Systems Center, the signal contained one line of machine-readable metadata: sub-node sync 03B, tree node signal established. What was tree node? No such term existed in any official protocol. But among acoustic researchers, a new hypothesis took root. The Treeline was no longer a lost ship. It had become a relay, not by design, but by transformation, an integrated part of a system, perhaps organic or synthetic, operating beyond the reach of modern navigation. A node within a larger trench-bound network that spanned the crust like submerged circuitry, dormant for eons until disturbed. Theories diverged. Some claimed this was an ancient terrestrial intelligence, a deep Earth machine activated by acoustic interference. Others suspected something more recent, perhaps artificial structures that had been concealed by tectonic activity, or constructed covertly during the Cold War. A few even whispered about contact, not with aliens, but with time itself. That Treeline had been swallowed into a loop, existing simultaneously in past and future, now bouncing echoes through a living corridor of pressure and silence. But none of that explained what happened next. In February 2022, a Philippine fishing trawler operating illegally near the Mindanao exclusion zone captured something unusual on a handheld hydrophone. At first, it was dismissed as sonar interference. But when amplified, the pattern was clear, a Morse-coded loop, overlaid by deep tonal thrumming. The message read, USS Treeline, partial surface request, crew count unknown, holding station, unidentified light sources. This message was authenticated by analysts at Pearl Harbor's Acoustic Command. It bore the correct encryption structure, even though that format had been retired decades ago. More chilling was the signature embedded at the end of the loop, Hex O Griggs. This was no archival artifact, no scrambled replay. It was live. A rapid response drone equipped with ultra-deep passive listening gear was dispatched within 72 hours. What it recorded remains classified, but two known outcomes followed. First, the coordinates from which the message had been triangulated were permanently sealed. A buffer zone of 250 kilometers was instituted around the site under the guise of marine fault instability. Civilian and scientific access was suspended indefinitely. Second, every known archival sonar recording of the Treeline mission, acoustic, magnetic and thermal, was removed from the ONI's digital repository. Not erased, but quarantined, labeled with a new tag, Gate Condition Black. The term has never been used elsewhere in naval records. To this day, no one can confirm if Treeline was destroyed, disassembled, or repositioned. But every February, the same loop returns. A slow pulse, a rising harmonic, a name Griggs, and the same phrase, always faint, always final. We're still beneath, but it's looking back now. In the spring of 1997, the USS Monterey, a Virginia-class fast-attack submarine, departed the U.S. naval base in Diego Garcia on a routine surveillance mission. The classified route took it deep into the southern Indian Ocean, an area not generally known for hostile encounters, but of increasing interest to naval intelligence due to the surge in seafloor mapping anomalies reported over the previous 2 years. The crew of the Monterey, 97 men and women, had been drilled extensively on sonar evasion, hull silent maneuvering, and passive acoustic tracking. The vessel itself had been recently retrofitted with an experimental hull coating designed to absorb low-frequency sonar pings, rendering it nearly invisible to conventional tracking. Everything about the deployment was business as usual, until Incident 47B. It began on April 18, 3:42 GMT. At 19 degrees south latitude, 85 degrees east longitude, roughly 500 nautical miles from the 90 East Ridge, the Monterey's passive sonar began registering broadband acoustic reverberation. Not unusual by itself, the Indian Ocean is known for strange echoes, especially around faulted zones and complex seamount formations. But this was different. The reverberations formed a grid, a staggered rhythm of pulses with intervals of exactly 0.72 seconds, repeating across 3 distinct layers of the frequency spectrum. It was as if the sound was organized, cascading in a geometric lattice across the entire channel. Chief Sonar Officer Lieutenant Hayes described the sensation as hearing your own heartbeat from outside your body, regular but entirely foreign. Over the next 8 minutes, the readings intensified. The pulses grew sharper, stronger. The crew, confused but still calm, attempted to adjust course to minimize the incoming pattern. At 3:51, they initiated a quiet turn to starboard. Then it happened. Without warning, the submarine lurched sideways, as if nudged by a slow-moving but massive force. No explosion, no collision alert. Just a silent pressure bloom that rocked the vessel 10 degrees to port. Bulkheads groaned. Several crew were thrown against consoles, but no alarms were triggered. The pressure hull remained intact, depth stabilized. For nearly 20 seconds, the ship hung motionless in the water column. Then, beneath the sonar static, came a single metallic echo, not a ping, but something denser, a scrape. The sonar log later identified it as a contact signature from a curved object, approximately 280 meters in length, traveling at less than 5 knots. Too slow for any torpedo, too large for any known submarine. More startling was the structure of the return. The object was smooth, seamless, no propeller blade modulation, no rhythmic cavitation noise. It was like a hull, but one that had never been welded. The signal lasted only 6 seconds, then it vanished. But when the sonar officer manually replayed the captured waveform, he noticed a subharmonic layer nested beneath the main return. This secondary echo pulsed 3 times, low and guttural, like a deliberate pattern. Not a warning, not a language, just presence. The captain of the Monterey, Commander Alton Graves, ordered an immediate silent ascent to 300 meters, and began a slow spiral out of the region. They remained in passive mode. No active sonar, no communication bursts, nothing to reveal their location. 3 hours later, when they had cleared a 50 nautical mile radius, Commander Graves authorized a brief burst transmission to Diego Garcia, reporting a possible submerged contact and structural anomaly. The message never received a response. Upon arrival 5 days later, the submarine was met not by base command, but by an unmarked naval intelligence team. The Monterey was placed under full blackout quarantine. No crew were allowed to disembark until individual debriefings were completed. All logs were seized, hull sensors were removed, and the internal acoustic recorders, standard backups located in the sonar housing, were extracted by technicians in civilian clothing. The only statement given to the crew was that they had encountered a rogue seismic bloom, and that what they heard was likely due to reflected fault displacement. No further explanation was offered, but the crew knew what they'd felt. The Monterey hadn't been rocked by a geological shift. It had been brushed aside, gently but intentionally, by something the ocean had no name for. In the months that followed, unusual requests began arriving from various agencies. A contractor from Naval Surface Warfare Command asked about the exact structure of the anomaly echo. Another from DARPA requested schematics of the Monterey's experimental hull coating. A third, working independently, asked whether any of the crew had experienced repetitive dreams involving mechanical sounds or grid patterns, a question so strange that several officers walked out of the interview. No dream reports were confirmed, but one crewman, Petty Officer Danvers, later confided in a base medic that he'd developed a sharp ringing in his left ear shortly after the encounter. Not tinnitus, it came in bursts, always at night, and during the ringing, he claimed he could see a shape dark, domed, ridged like the back of a whale, moving slowly beneath a red-tinted current. His description matched nothing in the ocean, but it matched the sonar echo from April 18. 2 months after the Monterey's return, and well after the formal investigation into Incident 47B had been declared closed, something unexpected occurred. On June 24, 1997, a civilian research vessel operating under the Australian Institute of Marine Science picked up a weak broadband sonar reflection in the same corridor southeast of the 90 East Ridge. At first it was believed to be a false positive, likely bounce back from an undersea escarpment or misplaced equipment calibration. But one researcher, a systems technician named Corwin Lee, insisted on isolating the signal using manual gain corrections. What emerged from the cleaned acoustic data was a profile that defied expectation. The return showed a single shallow parabolic curve, like the leading edge of a blunted spearhead, roughly 250 meters long. More striking was what the system labeled as echo voids, sections where sonar pulses failed to return entirely, suggesting an energy-absorbing surface rather than simple reflection. This was consistent with stealth composite materials used on advanced submersibles, but no military exercises had been declared in the area. Out of curiosity, Lee performed a differential comparison between this new return and archived naval sonar anomalies. After days of cross-checking data, one match appeared, the Monterey incident log, specifically the contact from April 18. The acoustic imprint was almost identical, same length, same curvature, same characteristic silence between tonal ridges. Only one detail had changed. The new return was deeper, more than 300 meters farther below baseline than the 1997 Monterey detection, and it was stationary, as if whatever the Monterey had encountered had simply settled. The data, forwarded through official scientific channels, never arrived. 3 days later, Lee was informed that the project had been redirected under a joint maritime security partnership. All research involving sonar data from the 90 East Corridor was henceforth required to pass through a new classification filter labeled Ocean Farmlock. But whispers spread among regional naval contacts. Several months later, a retired sonar specialist from the British Royal Navy, now working in private acoustic mapping, received an unmarked package at his office in Darwin. Inside was a cassette, old military grade, and a typed sheet containing only a series of coordinates and one phrase, "The one we met in April hasn't moved, but something smaller is circling it." Using private funding, the specialist secured time aboard a leased ocean survey vessel and sailed to the coordinates in late September. Over 5 days, his team conducted passive sonar sweeps. Most of the data was inconclusive, but one set of readings, captured on the 4th day at 3:17 a.m. local time, registered 3 faint sonar trails, moving clockwise around the original position of the large parabolic object. Each trail was slow, roughly 2 to 3 knots, and consistent with the movement of small submersibles or ROVs. But what caught the analyst's attention was the spacing. Each of the 3 smaller echoes maintained a perfect triangular formation, adjusting depth in sync. More unnerving was the occasional distortion in return signal, moments when one of the smaller objects would temporarily vanish from detection, only to reappear seconds later. It was as though something in their construction or propulsion system allowed brief phases of partial disappearance. Some kind of cloak, a natural phenomenon. The data wasn't clear. At this point, the team, unsettled, voted to return to shore. But before they could weigh anchor, a final anomaly occurred. At 4:11 a.m., the sonar system registered an upward-directed pressure bloom, an extremely rare event indicating rapid displacement from extreme depth. In simple terms, something large had moved vertically upward at high velocity, breaching from deep within the water column without leaving surface disturbance. No wake, no turbulence, no visible breach. But the sonar echo confirmed it. A mass of at least 200 meters in length had accelerated vertically from a depth of over 9,000 meters in under 40 seconds. No known craft could survive the pressure change, let alone generate that thrust. Upon return, the team found their ship's navigational computer had suffered a complete memory wipe. The last 12 hours of internal logs were corrupted. The physical sonar tapes, however, had been secured manually, and 3 days after the crew arrived back in port, a representative from an oceanographic coordination task force arrived to claim them. The data was never seen again. Meanwhile, in Diego Garcia, a peculiar entry was logged in the internal maintenance report for the Monterey. A hull inspection technician noted a fine arch-shaped abrasion on the port side, approximately 2.3 meters long, shallow, with no surrounding structural compromise. What made the mark unique was its surface analysis. Microscopic metallic residue embedded in the abrasion revealed traces of an unknown alloy. It contained elements common in modern subconstruction, titanium, nickel, but also 2 isotopic variants of iron not found in any natural Earth sample. This alloy, later dubbed sample R47b, has never been publicly identified or duplicated. Attempts to recreate its structure in lab simulations failed. The isotopic profile remained unstable under normal atmospheric conditions, suggesting it was formed in extreme pressure environments, well beyond human reach. The question surfaced again in hushed tones: what did the Monterey collide with? Some believe it was a prototype stealth vessel, a secret Cold War relic still operating autonomously. Others suspect the contact was no vessel at all, but the exterior of a stationary deep-sea construct, an artificial shell anchored in trench rock, operating with its own unknown logic. But for the crew of the Monterey, the memory is physical, the ship jolting sideways, the scrape, and above all, the knowledge that something unseen, unheard, and unspeakably large had touched them, then let them go, as if it simply wanted them to know it was there. The abrasion on the Monterey's hull was just the beginning. Over the months that followed Incident 47B, subtle but increasingly strange after effects began surfacing among the crew. At first, they were dismissed as stress-related, a normal psychological response to an unexplained underwater encounter, but patterns began to emerge. Too many to ignore. It started with sleep irregularities. Roughly a third of the crew reported vivid, recurring dreams within 2 weeks of returning to Diego Garcia. These weren't typical nightmares. They were described more like compressed memories, slow-moving, silent scenes that didn't involve the dreamer directly, but rather placed them inside a submerged structure. The most common theme was an interior space filled with light, yet no source for the light could be identified. One petty officer described walls that breathed. Over time, these dreams became more elaborate. The frequency increased. The dreams shared visual and emotional similarities among crew members who hadn't spoken to each other about them. What disturbed Navy psychologists was how consistent the descriptions were. The same spatial dimensions, the same sensation of quiet depth, the same triangular symbol appearing on a curved surface, like a hatch or an eye. None of the affected personnel had prior history of trauma or psychological instability. In an effort to understand the situation, the Navy brought in independent neurologists to conduct cognitive scans on the affected crew. No signs of physical injury were found. No radiation exposure, no pathogen traces, but a handful of crew members showed something else. Unusual activity in the occipital lobe, the region of the brain tied to visual processing. It was as if their brains were continuously rendering an image, an object or space they could not consciously describe but was still present in their neural pathways. One technician coined the term retinal phantom load, a data imprint left not by sight but by proximity to something the brain could sense but couldn't interpret. A signal from an external structure, possibly acoustic, possibly electromagnetic, possibly neither. Meanwhile, the sonar logs of the Monterey, previously confiscated, were partially restored from a backup copy, secretly retained by a junior officer. The logs were reanalyzed using modern AI acoustic translation tools. When run through an echo mapping algorithm designed for submarine terrain modeling, an unexpected pattern formed. The original contact, the one that brushed the Monterey, had geometry. Not a random shape, not a rock formation. The sonar echoed back a partial dome, exactly 287 meters long, rising in a gradual curve and tapering into a segmented ridge. The pattern repeated every 21 meters along its length, suggesting modular construction or ribbed external architecture. This wasn't just big, it was engineered. The sonar software even labeled parts of the reflection as resonant cavities, interior spaces with acoustic dampening characteristics. In other words, rooms. If true, this meant the crew of the Monterey had not encountered a natural formation, nor a mobile object. They had brushed against the surface of something vast and hollow, sitting silently at the bottom of the ocean. By 1999, several classified white papers circulated quietly through Navy intelligence circles. The most discussed one bore the title, Subhull Structures in Non-Tectonic Regions, Probability and Protocol. It proposed that certain regions of the ocean floor, specifically those with known magnetic anomalies and limited tectonic activity, could house stationary structures not formed by conventional geological processes. The paper emphasized that such structures may be self-cloaked using pressure gradient manipulation or engineered sonar absorption. In layman's terms, they were invisible unless they wanted to be found. The paper's authors were never named, but attached to the final appendix was a map, a simple one. It showed 4 points connected in a diamond across the Indian Ocean. Each point corresponded to a historic sonar anomaly recorded between 1981 and 1997. At the center of the diamond sat a red dot, coordinates 19 degrees south, 85 degrees east, the exact location where the Monterey had been nudged. What drew further alarm was a secondary note scrawled in handwriting along the map's margin. Event 47B was not an accident. We drifted over an access route. The phrase access route had never been used in any official capacity, but it caught the attention of a few senior officers who had served in undersea reconnaissance. One of them, retired Admiral Gerald Haskins, later spoke anonymously to a journalist investigating declassified naval operations. His words were cryptic: "You don't build a door in the middle of the ocean unless there's something behind it." The implications sent shockwaves through the intelligence community. If these routes existed, if there were actual designed access points along the seafloor, then what else was down there? Why hadn't the Navy returned to investigate? The answer was simple: they had. An unmarked deep-sea probe, launched from a disguised vessel in 2003, was sent to the coordinates. It was equipped with high-resolution bathymetric imaging and a pressure-hardened camera array. The probe made it to a depth of 9,800 meters before losing all communication. No explosion, no mechanical warning. The connection simply went dead the moment it passed below the sonar shadow of the ridge where the collision occurred. 2 days later, the listening post at Diego Garcia detected a brief, irregular pulse, one not seen since the Treeline incident in 1989, a single harmonic wave. It translated in encryption key format to one short line: observation window closed. Return denied. After the failure of the 2003 probe, the region surrounding the 90 East Ridge faded once again into silence, officially at least. Yet among those still watching the data, the pulse never truly stopped. Each year around mid-April, the anniversary of the Monterey's encounter, a soft rhythmic fluctuation would pass through the deep channel sensors stationed across the southern Indian Ocean, always faint, always low frequency. But unmistakable, analysts began calling it a reminder. It didn't resemble any known marine pattern, and no natural current aligned with its timing, but it always returned. It never rose in strength. It never changed its structure, just a low, slow resonance, like something exhaling beneath miles of water. In 2007, under the pretense of a multinational undersea cable assessment, a vessel chartered by a private defense contractor was seen operating for nearly 2 weeks within the 19° CES corridor. No official mission was declared, but afterward, regional acoustic monitoring arrays were recalibrated, and new sensor buoys were discreetly deployed across a 300 nautical mile radius surrounding the Monterey's original contact site. None of this was listed in any maritime registry, but satellite footage captured the grid formation from above, a perfect circle, enclosing what could only be described as a target zone. That same year, 2 separate seismic anomaly teams, one based in Perth, the other in Jakarta, reported unusual subterranean echo returns within the region. What appeared at first to be fault echo distortion turned out, upon deeper spectral analysis, to resemble artificial voiding. In other words, areas beneath the ocean floor that were empty, not filled with rock or sediment, and shaped in geometric regularity. One report, submitted in draft form and never published, showed a cross-section diagram of what was described as a layered compression shell beneath the seabed, with at least 3 concentric voids. The scale was staggering, each void over 300 meters across, stacked beneath one another like nested bowls. The conclusion was hastily labeled inconclusive, but the team's lead geologist resigned 3 months later, reportedly telling a colleague, "We're not mapping geology anymore, we're mapping architecture." By 2012, psychological reports began surfacing from other submarine crews operating in adjacent waters. Crew members aboard the French sub Emeraude, operating over 1,200 kilometers from the original Monterey incident, began reporting similar sleep disturbances, recurring geometric hallucinations, and synchronized auditory phenomena, low pulses that couldn't be explained by machinery or ocean currents. One sonar tech even sketched what he described as a sound shadow he perceived during a moment of high-pressure acoustic reverb. His drawing matched, in eerie detail, the partial dome sonar echo captured by the Monterey 15 years earlier. He had never seen the classified logs. That year, a covert memo was circulated through Pacific Command, advising all vessels operating near uncharted trenches or known anomaly zones to report any non-cavitating contact displacement events. The language was intentionally vague, but those familiar with the Monterey case recognized the code. Don't log a collision, don't call for recovery. If it touches you, turn away. The last known entry in the Monterey's classified addendum came in 2015. It referenced an event involving a data package that had been anonymously mailed to a naval historian at Annapolis. The package contained a partial sonar printout, a handwritten note, and a single flash drive. The note read, 16 years later, the dome has changed. The flash drive contained a waveform capture. This time, the object wasn't stationary. It was moving slowly along the trench wall, maintaining a depth between 9,600 and 10,100 meters. The spectral data showed intermittent pulses from the object, small bursts of resonance, as if it was mapping or measuring the ocean wall. But what disturbed analysts the most wasn't the object's movement. It was what followed. Exactly 4 hours after the last pulse, the passive sonar system at Diego Garcia captured a return ping, identical in structure, but from a point 120 kilometers to the east. The object had moved there in minutes. There was no propulsion trail, no seismic displacement. It had either teleported, or the signal was being relayed. Either possibility shattered standard naval assumptions. 2 months later, during a maintenance dive near the Cocos Islands, an unmanned Navy ROV picked up a sonar reflection from an object resting on the seafloor, roughly 3.4 meters long, triangular in shape, and partially buried in sediment. It bore strange erosion patterns inconsistent with natural wear. Embedded along its inner edge were raised patterns, small ridges forming a repeating triplet sequence. Engineers assumed it was wreckage, possibly from a lost probe. But when the object was scanned with low-frequency sonar, it responded. The ROV's controller described the return as like listening to a canyon think. The object was immediately extracted and sent to an unknown research facility. It has never been seen again. But from that day forward, something changed. The low pulse near the Monterey site stopped. No more April anomalies, no more reminders, as if the ocean had acknowledged what it needed to say, or as if something deep beneath the Indian Ocean had moved on, its cycle complete, its quiet warning delivered. The crew of the Monterey never received a final explanation, but some of them still meet every year, on April 18th, in private, off the radar. They talk, they compare dreams, they share sketches and words that no longer feel like hallucinations. They say it's not about the collision, it's about what brushed against them, and what knew enough to let them live. In the far northwestern Pacific, where the ocean floor vanishes into the darkness of the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, scientists and naval observers have long reported anomalies. Most are seismic routine tremors triggered by tectonic grinding, volcanic arcs, or subduction zone unrest. But among the more seasoned analysts, there's another kind of anomaly, one that doesn't appear in geological surveys, one that's never explained publicly. It's called Echo 17. First detected in 1999 by a Japanese survey vessel charting pressure gradients in the Hadal zone, Echo 17 was initially written off as equipment failure. The anomaly presented as a sonar return, except it didn't behave like one. In sonar systems, a pulse is sent out, it bounces off a target, and the time delay reveals the object's distance. But Echo 17 didn't follow this logic. The signal returned instantly, not delayed, not distorted, just immediate, as if it never traveled anywhere. It was like bouncing a ball in a room and catching it before it left your hand. Further tests conducted over the following years produced the same result. Multiple ships, multiple sonar frequencies, different depths, all received the same instant return from the same heading, approximately 51 degrees north, 157 degrees east, more than 10 kilometers deep. No noise, no distortion, no fading, just a perfect mirror. At first, this phenomenon was viewed as a rare quirk of underwater acoustics, perhaps a freak resonance caused by unique trench geometry. But in 2006, a multinational research operation was quietly formed to investigate further. The operation was called Project Tantalus, an unpublicized joint mission between Russian naval scientists, French acousticians, and Japanese deep-sea engineers. Their objective was to locate the source of Echo 17, determine if it was geological, technological, or something else entirely. To do this, they deployed a deep submergence unmanned vehicle codenamed HM9, equipped with advanced sonar, pressure-tolerant optics, and a high-resolution ground-penetrating imager. The probe was designed not only to survive the crushing depths of the trench, but also to map subsurface anomalies to a margin of error less than 1 meter. On June 17, HM9 was lowered into the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench from aboard a disguised civilian research vessel. The descent took hours. As it dropped past 6,000 meters, then 8,000, the cameras recorded standard Hadal conditions: pitch black water, particulate flurries, the occasional drifting sea cucumber. At 9,800 meters, everything changed. Without warning, the sonar array began behaving erratically. Readings came back skewed, flattened, with no clear return peaks. The data looked like a blank sheet of paper, Sonar operators increased pulse strength. Still nothing. Then something appeared. At 10,250 meters, the forward cameras recorded a structure. It was subtle at first, just a flicker of shape in the floodlights. Then it resolved, a perfectly smooth, gently curving surface, blacker than the surrounding water. No texture, no pitting, just a matte void. It arced away from the probe's path, like the exposed edge of a massive dome, embedded into the trench wall. HM9 adjusted its thrusters and drifted laterally to bring the surface into clearer view. The dome stretched far beyond the probe's visual range. No seams, no visible damage, no signs of corrosion. It reflected nothing. It absorbed sonar entirely, and the deeper the probe scanned, the more silence it received in return. That silence, total, intentional, targeted, was what triggered the first alarm. At 10,320 meters, the probe's rear-facing cameras picked up something else. Light, not a beam or glow, but an ambient, pulsing reflection, coming from below the trench floor. The light shimmered through the silt like heat mirages on desert sand, horizontal waves that made the trench appear shallower than it was. But the probe's altimeter confirmed its depth. The light couldn't be coming from the ocean surface, nor from the probe itself. At mission control, a Japanese acoustics specialist whispered a word that would later appear in 3 classified reports. The light wasn't from a source. It was a visual echo, a projection of something not yet seen, like a sonar reflection returned before the pulse was ever sent. Then, without command, HM9 began turning on its axis. The manual controls were overridden. The probe slowly rotated, facing directly into the trench wall where the dome had disappeared. The control feed flickered. Operators tried to re-establish directional guidance. The probe refused all inputs. Then the cameras turned white. Not a flash, not distortion, just a seamless, uniform white, like the probe had entered a featureless space with no edges. It lasted 12 seconds. When the image returned, HM9 was facing upward. The dome was gone. The light was gone. But something new had happened. The data logs began reversing. All temperature, depth, and orientation data began scrolling backward, as though HM9 was traveling in reverse, despite its telemetry showing a static position. Even the onboard clock reversed, showing negative seconds. Then came the sound. A single low-frequency tone flooded the ship's comm system. The technicians froze. The sound was not an alert. It was not random. It was the exact match of a sonar ping sent 5 hours earlier. HM9's initial calibration burst, but it had returned with a minor, imperceptible shift, one altered harmonic note, as if someone or something had copied it, adjusted it, and sent it back with a correction. HM9's tether was cut. No further commands were given. 6 hours later, a deep quake struck the trench at 10,800 meters, well beneath the known tectonic plate. The magnitude was low, only 5.1, but its seismic signature resembled a compression release, not a fault slip, as if something had opened and then resealed. The project was terminated the following month. All data classified. HM9 was never recovered, and the phenomenon known as Echo 17 continues to persist, still returning pings instantly, still centered on that same impossible depth. But those who worked on Tantalus say the real answer was never in the sonar. It was in the silence, and in the echo that came back before they ever called. The failure of HM9 didn't mark the end of Project Tantalus. Despite the official closure of the mission, several participating agencies continued to monitor the trench in silence. Some of the personnel were rotated out and reassigned, but a handful stayed behind, forming what later came to be known in leaked documentation as the Echo 17 Task Group, a covert watch operation, working independently and funded through scientific grant proxies and maritime surveillance budgets. Their only goal was to observe. The group installed 3 deep-sea hydroacoustic sensors along the trench perimeter, each designed to record not only standard seismic activity, but also pressure fluctuations, thermal gradients, and non-standard frequency pulses. Unlike normal seismic monitors, these devices weren't buried in the sea floor. They floated in adjustable positions, suspended just above the trench's deepest slope by carbon fiber tethers and neutral buoyancy systems. What they found disturbed even the most seasoned analysts. Over the next 2 years, the sensors recorded dozens of anomalous sonic events. Many occurred in the early hours of the morning, when all regional shipping and survey traffic was at its lowest. These were not sonar pings or tremor aftershocks. They were structured harmonic pulses, sequences of sound composed of tones spaced at exact mathematical intervals. Even more curious was the spatial arrangement. The three sensors often recorded identical pulses at different times, as if the signal wasn't spreading outward like a ripple, but rather selectively delivered. In one instance, Sensor 1 received a three-tone sequence at 1 hour 4 minutes and 27 seconds AM. Sensor 2, located more than 90 kilometers east, received the same pattern 11 seconds later. Sensor 3 never received it at all. That pattern repeated itself in varying configurations over the following weeks. The pulses shifted targets, appeared at irregular intervals, and sometimes reversed their tone order. One analyst noticed that the changes matched local tidal pressure data, as if the pulses were reacting to the weight of the ocean itself. But then came the breakthrough. A Russian mathematician embedded with the group began transcribing the pulses into a visual grid, plotting frequency against time. The result was a set of abstract waveforms that bore no immediate meaning. But after comparing dozens of pulse maps, a strange consistency emerged. Each one mirrored the next in perfect geometric symmetry. Not in content, but in structure. They followed the same invisible rules, obeyed the same proportional spacing, and aligned in ratios far too precise to be random. The conclusion, though cautious, was unavoidable. The trench wasn't just producing noise, it was sending data. In 2009, the French contingent returned with a modified probe, codenamed HM9B. It was smaller, faster, and carried no human operators. Instead of direct descent, it would deploy a pod containing a passive acoustic resonator. The idea was simple: send a clean, structured signal, and see if it was modified. At 10:41 AM on April 7th, HM9B released the pod and transmitted a basic tone, a rising three-note scale, repeated 3 times. The signal played on loop for 4 minutes, then silence. For 2 hours nothing happened. Then at exactly 12:52 PM, the pod received a return ping. But it wasn't the same sequence. The tones were rearranged. Their pitch had shifted upward slightly, and a fourth tone had been added at the end, a descending note that hadn't been in the original set. Analysis revealed that the new sequence fit the same structural formula as previous trench pulses, but this time, it bore unmistakable signs of reactivity. The response was not an echo, it was a variation, a signal modified in real time. In short, it wasn't a bounce back, it was a reply. Following protocol, the data was encrypted and transmitted to a secured server in Paris. Within 6 hours, the Echo 17 task group received a complete operational shutdown order. The probes were to be removed, the buoys destroyed, all personnel reassigned. But the scientists didn't stop watching. Some of them had made copies, others had recorded logs in private journals, encrypted on external drives. These notes would later surface in leaked forums and fragmented scientific papers written under pseudonyms. One such journal entry, dated September 15, 2010, contained a haunting observation: the tones are not random, they mirror known patterns from deep Earth seismic registers. But the structure, how they form, it feels synthetic, like sonar engineered by something that didn't invent sound but learned how we use it. Another note posed an even darker question: what if Echo 17 isn't broadcasting? What if it's listening, and only responds when we get close enough? Years passed, the trench remained quiet, but in 2015, during a rare Pacific seismic inversion event, Echo 17 flared again, stronger than ever. All 3 listening stations, long thought disabled, activated simultaneously, as if triggered by something external. The tones returned, 5 of them this time, forming a perfect pentatonic scale, pulsed in staggered sequence across 180 seconds. And then for the first time, a sonar map formed. One of the sensors, partially reactivated by the resonance, began generating a spectrograph. What it displayed sent the last remaining members of the task group into full blackout. The sonar imprint showed a structure suspended in open water, nearly 600 meters tall, composed of tiered platforms descending from a central vertical axis. It looked like a totem, or a tower, its foundation rooted in nothing. It hovered, impossible by every law of physics, but verified by 3 redundant sensors. Before a full map could form, the station burned out. The coordinates of the final pulse were tagged and transmitted to a European data archive. They were never seen again. The image of the hovering structure, the sonar totem suspended in the black, was never officially acknowledged. But among the few analysts who saw it before the blackout, there was a chilling consensus. It did not look natural. It did not resemble any known man-made object either. It had symmetry, yes, but not like our architecture. Its tiers were unevenly spaced, yet clearly intentional. There was no scaffolding, no propulsion, no anchor. It simply existed, floating in perfect stillness. The tower, if that's what it was, wasn't made of steel or stone. Based on the return signatures, the material had a low acoustic absorption coefficient, meaning it didn't bounce back sonar in the expected way. Instead, it bent sound, dispersing incoming pulses across multiple frequencies and angles. One expert called it a resonant lens, suggesting that whatever the structure was made of, it didn't just sit passively in the water, it interacted with its environment, shaping sonar like glass shapes light. By the time the spectrograph had burned out, only partial imaging had been saved. The base of the tower, or perhaps its beginning, had been missed. What was captured were the mid and upper levels, 3 distinct platforms stacked vertically, each with geometric cutouts that didn't match any known sonar logic. The cutouts appeared to emit faint pulses, even when the station had stopped transmitting. A backdoor analysis of the data showed something worse. Those pulses, emitted at 47-second intervals, exactly matched Echo 17's earliest returns from the late 90s. The implication was staggering. Echo 17 hadn't come from a point on the trench floor. It had come from the structure itself, suspended somewhere above it. Worse yet, it hadn't been dormant. It had been pulsing for over a decade, undetected by most sensors due to the way it refracted its own signal, mirroring, masking, repeating itself in such a way that it never revealed its origin. This wasn't a beacon, it was a camouflage algorithm in acoustic form. Someone, or something, had placed a cloaked transmitting object in the deepest part of the trench, and allowed it to pulse in a hidden rhythm, right under the world's most active sonar zones. And then it changed location. In 2016, a Chinese deep-sea mining probe operating 200 nautical miles south of the original Echo 17 zone recorded something extraordinary. During a routine descent near the trench's secondary rift, the onboard sonar returned an identical harmonic signature, same pulse length, same intervals, same frequency spread, but from a completely different position. The object had moved. Even more troubling, the probe's pressure sensors recorded no disturbance, no seismic event, no water displacement. A structure the size of a skyscraper had seemingly relocated without moving through the space between. Whatever this thing was, it didn't travel. It shifted, reappearing miles away without any known form of transit. At this point, all international collaboration surrounding Echo 17 ceased. Each participating nation issued gag orders to its internal agencies, and all external references to the anomaly were scrubbed from oceanographic forums. Sonar engineers who had worked on the original Tantalus probe were reassigned, and their devices confiscated. But some fragments survived. One such fragment was a short burst of audio recorded on a personal handheld from a technician who had worked on HM9B. The file circulated briefly on encrypted boards before disappearing. The clip was short, less than 5 seconds, but it was enough. It contained a sound no one could explain. At first it resembled a deep sonar ping, nothing special, but slowed down, it revealed a layered tonal structure, 5 harmonic voices, all moving in opposite directions, converging in the middle before fading into silence. Each tone was perfectly spaced, with microsecond precision. They didn't overlap, they danced around each other, deliberately. It was by every measure composed, not just noise, not random, music. One sound engineer, listening to the clip on loop for nearly 4 hours, remarked in an email later leaked to a journalist, "It's not just that it's beautiful, it's that it seems like it's waiting for something to complete it. Like a message that's only half written, waiting for a response." The audio was run through decryption software, linguistic pattern matchers, even Morse codex filters. Nothing matched, but the timing, the exact duration and tone spacing, did match one thing. A simplified sequence used in early binary interstellar broadcasts, like the 1974 Arecibo message. But this wasn't transmitted into space, it was transmitted into water. In late 2017, a private firm contracted to survey a potential undersea cable route in the same region discovered what it believed was an inactive submarine, a long thin shape lying across a minor trench ledge. They sent an ROV to inspect it. The footage was low quality and degraded by depth, but something was clearly visible. The object wasn't a submarine. It was a cylinder, matte black, featureless, roughly 90 meters in length, half submerged in silt. One end had a spherical depression that looked melted or eroded. No propulsion system, no hatches, no serial numbers, no lights, and no life. But the water around it pulsed. Every 7 seconds, a faint pressure wave extended outward from its hull, gentle, like a heartbeat, impossible to detect without close proximity. When the ROV got within 10 meters, its signal died instantly. The cable went slack. The live feed cut to black. When the operators recovered the unit, it was intact, but its internal drives were wiped clean. No physical damage, just erased. No further attempts were made to inspect the cylinder. The private firm was paid off, the incident buried, and the official documentation labeled it a collapsed basaltic extrusion. Geologically inaccurate, but bureaucratically sound. Since that sighting, Echo 17 has changed its pattern 3 more times. The tones are faster now, more complex, still mathematical, but harder to pass. Some believe it's building towards something, a new phase, a longer sequence. Others believe we already responded, we just didn't realize when. By 2018, what was once a quiet pattern, a hidden acoustic signature buried beneath Hadal silence, had evolved into a sophisticated timed lattice of pulses. Those still tracking Echo 17 from the shadows now referred to it with a different name, the Mirror. It wasn't a poetic term, it was literal. Echo 17 had begun returning altered versions of our own signals, structured not as noise but as logical variations, like reflections trying to mimic the intention behind their source. Sometimes it would delay its return by half a second. Other times it would swap frequencies in exact inverse symmetry. The result was a message that didn't speak in words or symbols, but in interpretation. Whatever was down there was not only aware but learning. One final experiment was conducted before all civilian acoustic surveillance in the region was permanently suspended. In early 2019, a retired Canadian sonar technician, working freelance through a philanthropic deep-sea exploration non-profit, coordinated a covert test using old broadband resonance modulators. These devices, while outdated for most modern navies, had one advantage: they emitted non-patterned waveforms, something closer to organic noise than traditional sonar pings. The idea was to speak in a way that didn't resemble speech. On March 2nd, the team released a 7-minute continuous stream of low harmonic resonance from just outside the 10,000 meter contour of the trench. The signal was designed to sound unintentional, unstructured, a cloud of tone meant to mask intent, like background radiation. They expected nothing. What they received, 23 hours later, was the most complex reply ever recorded. The reply was not a sonar ping, but a pattern of pressure pulses, faint shifts in water density at specific intervals. When charted, the pressure changes mapped onto a 3D waveform that, when rendered through their acoustic translator, produced a spatial signature unlike anything seen before. It wasn't a message, it was a blueprint, a schematic possibly, or an anatomical chart. 3 vertical channels, flanked by elliptical nodes, arranged in curved symmetry. There was no immediate interpretation, but the sheer complexity, thousands of values across multiple depths, proved it could not be random. Then, just as suddenly, the trench went quiet. Echo 17 stopped pulsing. For the next 4 months nothing was recorded. No returns, no sonar distortions, no harmonic reverberations. The ocean behaved like it always had before 1999, mute, indifferent, impossibly deep. Some assumed the source had shut down. Others believed the source had moved again, perhaps for good. But in July of that year, the unexpected happened. An autonomous buoy, operated by a Japanese fisheries institute, stationed more than 700 kilometers from the trench, detected a burst of mid-frequency vibration. The event lasted only 1.7 seconds, but embedded within it was a compressed audio packet, distorted by depth but recoverable. It contained a sound clip, exactly 3 tones, familiar ones. They matched the Arecibo message's opening triad. The first notes in the 1974 radio broadcast beamed toward the M13 star cluster. The exact frequency, the same pitch decay, but altered. The last note descended instead of rising. Someone, or something, had returned the message, reshaped, not from the stars, from beneath the ocean. As soon as the report was published in the Institute's internal bulletin, the article was pulled offline. All mentions of the Echo 17 tag were purged from oceanic data registries. No further research was permitted, but word got out. A retired naval intelligence analyst who had monitored the original Tantalus probe was interviewed under condition of anonymity. His words, though speculative, were chillingly precise. "We kept looking for technology down there. Machines, probes. The assumption was if it's mirroring our sonar, it must be built, designed. But what if it's not a device? What if the mirror is alive?" That suggestion, once considered fringe fantasy, began gaining quiet traction in fringe academic circles. Marine biologists and xenopsychologists, still fringe fields, proposed radical new models. One group posited that Echo 17 may not be an object, or even a creature, but a biological intelligence embedded in the trench itself, a distributed neural system, not bound by a body, but shaped by environment. In short, the trench might be thinking. This was supported by the final unredacted report from a Norwegian satellite-linked seismograph array, which in 2020 recorded a series of vibrations beneath the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench. The seismic pulse bore no resemblance to tectonic activity. It wasn't an earthquake, nor a landslide. It had tempo, rhythm. It vibrated at intervals of 5.3, 5.3, 7.1, 5.3, 5.3, 7.1, followed by silence. When converted into beats per minute, the pattern resembled the timing of cardiac cycles. Not human, not mammalian, something slower, deeper, older, like the trench had a heartbeat. The final documented case came in 2022, when a private submersible owned by a biotech company working on deep-sea enzyme harvesting sent an autonomous drone into a narrow crevasse at roughly 9,000 meters. The drone's feed lasted only 8 minutes before contact was lost. But in that time, it recorded something extraordinary. Not sonar, not video, not sound, movement. The crevasse wall shifted, not in an earthquake, not in a collapse, but in response. The shape of the wall adjusted slightly as the drone approached. Its contours curved inward, patterns along the rock face compressed and then retracted. The drone had gotten too close. A few seconds later, its signal vanished. The support crew recovered the tether, but found no remains. The metal coupling was fused at the end. No heat damage, no physical stress, as though the material had dissolved. One operator later wrote in his personal log, "The wall blinked. I don't know how else to say it. It felt like it was looking at us." Since then, no further probes have been allowed into the trench by any major agency. The site has become a quiet zone. Any unauthorized deep sound tests are intercepted and blocked. No official reasons are given. But among those who've tracked Echo 17 since the beginning, the meaning is clear. The mirror still listens. It never stopped. And one day, when it answers again, fully, it may not return a sound. It may return a name. The Somali Basin, nestled between the Horn of Africa and the island of Madagascar, has always been a deep-water enigma. Unlike the more famous Mariana or Puerto Rican trenches, the Somali Basin draws less attention, at least on the surface. But in the classified corridors of multiple naval intelligence communities, it holds a different kind of reputation. Over the last 3 decades, at least 4 submarines, 3 military, 1 scientific, have vanished here without a trace. Not scuttled, not destroyed, not known to have surfaced. Just gone. The first of these, K-152 Volkov, was a decommissioned Russian attack submarine on a transport route from Vladivostok to Maputo in 1992. It was part of a post-Soviet asset disposal operation, old hardware sold quietly to smaller nations, with most systems removed or deactivated. Volkov wasn't powered. It was under tow by a cargo tug, escorted loosely by 2 frigates. It never made it to port. Satellite imagery tracked the convoy through the Indian Ocean until June 14, when it entered the Somali Basin. After that, the tug emerged alone, engines intact but tow lines severed. The 2 escort vessels reported no anomaly, just a sudden shudder in the line and a violent snap, as though the submarine had been pulled straight down. No explosion, no debris, no oil slick, just an empty ocean. This incident was quietly chalked up to unexpected undersea terrain, and the Volkov was written off as a scuttled loss. But that explanation didn't satisfy everyone, especially not when it happened again, to a US vessel just 6 years later. In 1998, the USS Paragon, a Seawolf-class submarine, was on a classified surveillance mission in the Western Indian Ocean. Official records claim it was patrolling international waters during a period of rising pirate activity. Unofficially, the Paragon was tracking what naval documents referred to only as unusual magneto-acoustic refraction events, UMREs. These UMREs, first reported by an Indian seismic array in 1995, weren't explosions, earthquakes, or volcanic emissions. They were rapid, cone-shaped bursts of magnetic distortion coupled with subaudible vibrations that briefly disrupted sonar and electromagnetic readings within a defined radius. And they were all centered along the Somali Basin's deepest ridgeline. On August 19, the Paragon went silent. The last communication, routine telemetry, contained no indication of distress. Engine temperatures were normal. Dive depth was stable at 800 feet. Crew health indicators were green across the board. Then mid-transmission, the data simply stopped. The Navy responded with immediate search operations. Aircraft were deployed. Satellites were retasked. Deep-sea probes were dropped within 72 hours. Nothing, no wreckage, no hull pressure breach, no emergency beacons. The area was clear, calm and silent. The official explanation, again, pointed toward equipment failure. The families of the 118 crew members were told their loved ones were lost in an unconfirmed mechanical incident. Internal memos, however, tell a different story. A Navy Incident Reconstruction Committee classified the event under a rare but serious operational tag, unrecoverable transit discontinuity. The term refers to any submarine disappearance, with zero physical or acoustic trace, despite full system integrity less than 60 seconds prior. One commander's briefing note summarized it more bluntly: "We didn't lose her, she left." After the Paragon, UMREs became a topic of quiet obsession within certain defense circles. A classified program, Project Unexplained, was created under the Naval Research Lab to study magnetic anomalies in tectonic convergence zones, especially those near unexplored trenches and basin folds. And that's when something strange happened. The UMREs stopped. For nearly 10 years, no new magnetic distortion events were recorded in the Somali Basin. Sonar surveys showed nothing. The basin seemed normal. Until 2011. That year, a civilian-operated deep-sea submersible, Argo Pelagos 3, part of a privately funded biodiversity mapping project, lost contact with its surface ship while descending near a trench spur roughly 140 miles northeast of the Socotra archipelago. The vessel had sent back rich footage of sponge colonies, unusual fish movements, and an unexpected rise in seafloor temperature, anomalies that suggested geothermal activity not previously mapped in that area. Then the feed froze. The last few frames showed a sudden shift in water density, visible as light distortion around the sub's forward camera dome. It was like watching heat waves rise from pavement, except underwater. A moment later, the screen flashed white, not from light, but from complete data saturation. All channels spiked to max bandwidth with no signal content. And then nothing, no damage to the tether, no signs of implosion. The sub was just gone. Recovery attempts found no trace. However, 12 hours after disappearance, a low-frequency acoustic pulse was recorded by a NATO hydrophone array positioned off the Seychelles. The pulse lasted 3.4 seconds and was unlike anything in the known naval acoustic library. When translated into spectrogram format, it bore resemblance not to a natural sound, but to a synthetic waveform, flat bass tone, sharp inverted peak, followed by an ascending ladder of harmonics. It was eerily similar to the echo patterns once reported from the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench. This caught the attention of a small but dedicated group of oceanic anomaly researchers, who believed that what happened in the Pacific was now manifesting in the Indian Ocean. They proposed a radical idea that the Somali Basin was not just a deep water region, but a secondary node in a network of unknown Hadal anomalies, points at which the laws of sound, pressure, and magnetism behave in uncharted ways. They referred to them as listening wells. These so-called wells weren't necessarily geological formations. They could be dimensional stress points, some believed, locations where environmental conditions align to allow temporary or partial shifts in matter or energy. Others theorized ancient alien infrastructure. The most cautious researchers simply labeled them environmental blind spots, places where our instruments stop telling the truth. What ties all of these incidents together isn't just proximity or pressure, it's silence. These vessels didn't explode. They didn't sink in the traditional sense. They vanished without resistance. And in their place, the ocean returned structured noise, or nothing at all. If this sounds familiar, it's because the pattern mirrors a broader one. Disappearances, distortion, sonar echoes that arrive before they're sent. From the Pacific to the Indian, the signals are changing, and whatever lies beneath the Somali Basin is listening too. After the Argopelagos 3 incident, the Somali Basin gained an unofficial moniker among deep-sea contractors and submersible crews, the Empty Fold. It wasn't an official name, nor did it appear on any maritime charts. It circulated quietly, through engineering groups, retired naval message boards, and whispered conversations between dive captains. It referred to a zone, roughly 60 nautical miles wide, where sonar echoes went flat, compass headings became unreliable, and autonomous craft reported discrepancies between actual position and GPS lock. None of these anomalies were consistent enough to qualify as navigational hazards, but they happened often enough to raise flags, and one anomaly in particular caught the attention of a Norwegian oil prospecting team in 2014. The team, operating a deep resonance imaging sled near the supposed Empty Fold, noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Every time the sled passed over a specific coordinate cluster, latitude 7, 9° N, longitude 53, 2° E, the return signal duplicated. The sonar echo didn't just bounce off the seabed, it came back twice, with the second return arriving milliseconds later from a slightly shifted angle, as if the same object had existed in two positions at once. At first, the team assumed a software glitch or a calibration fault, but after recalibrating 3 times with different sled configurations, the result persisted. The return echo was, in essence, copying itself, but it wasn't a true mirror. The second echo wasn't identical. Its tone was slightly altered, flattened, with a faint harmonic deviation. When audio technicians overlaid the signals, they noticed that the difference wasn't random. It followed a consistent modulation curve that resembled language drift, as though one signal was a translation of the other. That night, the vessel's engineer noted in his logbook, "It's not an echo, it's a response. It's like the trench is trying to tell us what we just said, but in its own words." Within 48 hours of logging the anomaly, the team's equipment experienced a cascade failure: power loss, guidance faults, software crashes, symptoms consistent with magnetic interference, yet no geomagnetic storm or solar activity was recorded at the time. The sled was pulled up early. Officially, the expedition was listed as inconclusive due to technical malfunction, but internal memos suggest a deeper concern. The lead oceanographer submitted a classified brief to the Norwegian Ministry of Defense titled Acoustic Semiosis in Subhadal Zones. In it, he proposed the most radical theory yet, that certain trench regions within the Somali Basin were not just resonant cavities, but interactive systems, acoustic networks capable of perceiving, interpreting, and returning information through sound and magnetism. In essence, he theorized that the ocean itself, at least in part, might be communicative. That document never reached public circulation, but traces of it would appear years later in declassified excerpts, particularly those reviewed by a quiet NATO advisory council formed in 2016 to assess deep ocean non-traditional threat vectors. It was around this time that the council began correlating the submarine losses. The fourth and most mysterious disappearance occurred in 2020, during the height of a global maritime relocation effort. The INS Vanishing, an Indian Navy nuclear-powered attack submarine, was deployed as part of a joint anti-piracy operation, tasked with patrolling deep water lanes east of Somalia. Like the Paragon, the Vanishing was a state-of-the-art vessel, equipped with an echoic tiles, active-passive sonar arrays, and encrypted burst communications. At 4:11 IST on April 22, the Vanishing sent a routine status burst. All operational metrics were normal. 15 minutes later, an unscheduled burst was received, shorter, fragmented. It contained only one valid telemetry string before the signal cut out. Bearing drift rotating, all headings converged. Those 4 words, all headings converged, triggered an emergency response. Within hours, reconnaissance aircraft and maritime drones were deployed. Sonar buoys were dropped across a 300-square-mile area. For days, nothing surfaced. Then came a return ping, an acoustic reflection picked up by one of the deeper buoys. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple sonar bounce from an underwater ridge, but when compared against the Vanishing's last known profile, a pattern emerged. The echo was too perfect. It matched the Vanishing's known dimensions, orientation, even speed of descent, recorded as a shallow drift, exactly 0.3 knots downward. But there was no object. Divers were sent, submersibles swept the site, no hull, no debris, only a reflection. A ghost echo, recorded 3 more times over the following week, always in the same spot, with the same motion, like a ship preserved in sound but erased from matter. That was when the term acoustic ghost entered the official lexicon, not a metaphor, a literal phenomenon, sonic residues of vanished vessels behaving as if they were still there, bouncing back signals not from steel or titanium, but from memory or imprint. Later spectral analysis showed that the ghost echo carried micro-fluctuations inconsistent with simple reflection. They pulsed at intervals of 11.3 seconds, alternating in phase with the Earth's Schumann resonance, an electromagnetic hum that circles the globe. This should not have been possible, but more importantly, it suggested that the ocean was responding to something global, not local. That the ghosts weren't just echoes of lost submarines, but interactions with the planet's ambient electromagnetic field, filtered through Hadal acoustics like signals bouncing off the ionosphere. This theory was so unconventional, so unverifiable, that it was ultimately buried under a generic header, sonar artifacts, resulting from deep-water mineral distortion. But those within the task force didn't buy it. One commander reportedly said during the final review, "We're not hearing the submarines anymore. We're hearing the ocean remembering them." This wasn't metaphor. This was the beginning of a new framework, one where the ocean was no longer a passive environment, but an active observer, a place not just of disappearance, but preservation of signal, not life, not bodies, just motion, just path, just the trace. And for those listening, the Somali Basin no longer felt like a sea floor. It felt like a memory archive. As intelligence circles quietly debated the implications of a sea that remembers, a new phenomenon emerged, this time not acoustic, but optical. In late 2021, an experimental surveillance satellite operated by the European Space Agency recorded a string of anomalies during a geospatial survey of the Western Indian Ocean. It was part of a routine cloud cover mapping campaign using infrared and synthetic aperture radar to track thermal patterns across major ocean currents. At 3:44 UTC on October 19, the satellite captured a long, narrow thermal anomaly, roughly the length of a football field, drifting at a constant velocity, approximately 1.2 kilometers beneath the ocean surface. It registered in infrared for only 3 seconds, then vanished completely from the data stream. At first, analysts dismissed it as a migrating whale pod or a shadow distortion from a passing storm system. But upon closer examination, the shape of the anomaly didn't match any known biological formation. It was too symmetrical, too straight-edged. Worse, it matched the dimensions of the USS Paragon, the US submarine that disappeared in 1998. When the thermal signature was overlaid with satellite bathymetry data, it showed something else, something impossible. The anomaly was moving through terrain it should not have been able to pass. The mapped seafloor showed ridges and slopes impassable to a 100-meter-long object at that depth. There was no evidence of damage or seafloor disruption, no sign that the object had gone over or around. It had simply moved through solid earth. In private communications, one analyst called it a geospatial ghost, a heat imprint of a vessel that no longer existed, navigating paths that shouldn't be physically possible. The observation prompted a quiet re-evaluation of historical data from the same region. Archival sonar from a British naval mission in 2005 was reprocessed using updated anomaly filters. It revealed 3 similar patterns, brief straight-line displacements of heat and pressure at depth, all within 20 nautical miles of the empty fold, all matching the dimensions of missing vessels. What if the submarines had not been destroyed or teleported, but instead had become part of the trench? Not fused to it, but integrated into a layer of the ocean's own electromagnetic memory, vessels reduced to patterns capable of surfacing as echoes, temperature trails, or low-frequency pressure shadows. To many outside the classified world, this sounded like science fiction. But inside certain intelligence and oceanographic circles, it was taken seriously enough to prompt action. In early 2022, a coalition of scientists and defense engineers proposed Project ORPIUS, a hybrid mission using both quantum magnetometry and structured sonar to map imprint regions, zones where memory-like returns might be stored as environmental data artifacts. The goal wasn't to retrieve the submarines. It was to determine whether they still existed in any form that could interact with the physical world. The mission launched from a research vessel under Panamanian registration but was in reality funded by 3 separate governments. The platform was outfitted with 2 experimental devices, one QS-9 magnetoquantum layer mapper, designed to scan minute variations in subatomic magnetic alignment in water molecules, in theory revealing whether large structures had once occupied that space and left residual energy patterns. 2. Active Echo Translation Array (EETIA), an acoustic interface designed not to ping but to sing, sending out harmonic sequences with embedded frequency inflection designed to tickle resonant anomalies into emitting structured responses. The expedition began transmitting EETIA signals at midnight on March 2, 2022. Over the next 11 hours, the system rotated through a library of tone clusters, some derived from whale song, others from theoretical communication models based on musical intervals and number theory. At 11:22 a.m., the team received their first anomaly, a faint response, not loud but crisp, returned from a depth of just over 4,200 meters. It was not a reflection. The signal came back with embedded inversion patterns, meaning the response included modulated harmonics not present in the outgoing transmission. In simpler terms, it replied in a different dialect. When spectrogrammed, the response created a complex shape, what appeared to be a helix rotating within a vertical corridor. Not a language, but a structure, a shape that seemed to pulse gently across time and pitch. For 17 minutes, the ocean kept singing it back, then silence. But the QS-9 scanner registered a secondary reading. Beneath the original anomaly site, a magnetic bloom was rising from the trench, a soft, low-density flux field, matching the strength and shape of a known decommissioned Soviet submarine. This was not a sunken wreck emitting residual radiation. It was a magnetic echo of a hull that had not existed in physical form for over 30 years. Even stranger, the bloom began to move, not drift with current, but rise vertically at a controlled pace. A team member activated the capture sonar, hoping to record any visual match. For 5 seconds the screen flickered, then a shape emerged, faint, transparent, outlined in thermal grains. A submarine, perfectly intact, but not fully solid. It appeared then faded, reappeared, as if trying to phase into view from somewhere else, from within the ocean's memory. Then in a sudden blink, it was gone. All readings flatlined. The bloom disappeared. The EETIA device remained silent. The expedition was cut short due to mechanical strain. That was the official excuse. The real reason: the sonar operator had collapsed from acute disorientation, eyes unfocused, blood pressure crashing, mumbling phrases later identified as reversed coordinates. The incident was logged as a neuroacoustic overexposure. The victim survived but reportedly suffers from persistent hallucinations of moving corridors and pressure changes, even when on dry land. Project ORPIUS was never resumed. The implications were too strange, too volatile. But what the mission revealed was clear. These submarines were not simply lost. They were not broken or buried or stolen. They had become part of a non-local memory system embedded in the Hadal depths, a recording apparatus we barely understand, capable of echoing shapes, thoughts, and perhaps even identities. And for those who vanish beneath the surface, their story doesn't end. It repeats, like sonar returning again and again from a place where silence should live. In the years that followed the ORPIUS mission, no further official expeditions returned to the Somali basin with acoustic translators or magnetoquantum scanners. The area quietly returned to its status as a maritime blind spot, charted but unexplored, mapped but unresolved. Yet in that silence, whispers persisted. Stories filtered through old naval channels and scientific forums, often dismissed, often anonymous. But they shared eerie similarities: accounts of ghost signals, of acoustic loops, of sonar returns in the exact shape and timing of submarines long presumed lost. By 2023, A new theory began to gain traction among fringe researchers and a few retired naval physicists that the ocean, particularly at its greatest depths, might not distinguish between presence and memory. That when an object enters a zone of sufficient pressure, magnetism, and stillness, it becomes recorded, not by machines but by the structure of the water itself. Water, after all, is a carrier of vibration. It absorbs, resonates, remembers. The idea that it could store not just sound but form, trajectory, shape, even intent, was no longer seen as pseudoscience, especially when taken in context with what happened next. In late 2023, a private Japanese salvage firm operating in the Indian Ocean accidentally captured an unexpected data return while calibrating a seabed gradiometer. The instrument, used for measuring minor variations in Earth's gravitational field, pinged a massive dense object beneath the seabed floor, just off the rim of the Somali Basin. Not beneath the ocean, beneath the floor itself. At first it was believed to be a tectonic slab or a hidden metallic deposit, but when the gradiometric data was reconstructed in 3 dimensions, the result was unmistakable: a shape consistent with the hull of a Seawolf-class submarine, an exact dimensional match to the long-lost USS Paragon. The problem was depth. It was not located on the seabed. It was somehow embedded more than 40 meters into the sedimentary layer, in a location that had shown no signs of geological disruption or folding. To exist in that position, the Paragon would have had to either phase into solid matter or be present before the sediment layer existed, which, based on carbon dating, would place its presence there long before it was ever constructed. No drilling or excavation was attempted. The firm didn't want government attention, but the data leaked to an independent researcher who later attempted a cross-analysis using historical satellite gravimetry. He found something even more troubling. The same shaped mass had been visible in gravimetric scans as early as 1981, 17 years before the Paragon was launched. It was as if the ocean had not only remembered the vessel, but pre-remembered it, held its outline in waiting, like a ghost expecting its body to arrive. This forced a complete reframing of what the trench might be: not a graveyard, not a sinkhole, but a template. Some theorized that these so-called disappearances weren't true vanishments, but migrations, movements across layers of physical perception, where the vessel or craft slipped into a resonant phase no longer detectable by traditional instruments, but still present in the memory space of the ocean. One paper, since unpublished, referred to this as quantum bathymetric inversion. The idea was that under extreme pressure and within certain electromagnetic fields, matter could invert its perceptual imprint, trading physical solidity for informational persistence. Or put simply, a submarine might cease to exist in mass, but continue to exist as a pattern, a frequency, a sound. This would explain the acoustic ghosts, the sonar pings that return a full hull outline, only to dissolve into nothing when approached. The phantom heat trails, the mirrored echoes, the pulsating bloom fields. The ocean, in this theory, was not taking these vessels away. It was holding onto them differently, retaining them as ideas, imprints, concepts. And there was one final piece of evidence. In April 2024, an anonymous user uploaded a classified hydroacoustic clip to a now-deleted thread on a deep-sea anomalies forum. It was only 11 seconds long, but when cleaned and spectrographed, the clip revealed a harmonic pulse that, when plotted visually, formed the unmistakable outline of a human figure standing upright, facing the sonar. It was not detailed, it lacked features, but it was centered, symmetrical, present. The same user posted one sentence beneath the clip before the account was banned. This one walked to the hull before it vanished. The implication was as surreal as it was terrifying, that whatever the ocean is doing, it might be beginning to mimic the things it remembers. Not just hold their shapes, but project them, animate them. Which raises a final question, one that has plagued every sonar tech, every lost crew member's family, every silent researcher watching the empty fold from afar. If these vessels have not been destroyed, if they still move somewhere beneath the pressure lines, if they return in sound, in shape, in phase, then what happens when they come all the way back? Not as steel, not as machines, but as echoes wrapped in form. And if one day they rise, not through water, but through the dimensional curtain that barely holds the sea apart from time itself, will we recognize them, or will we only recognize the sound, that familiar sonar pulse, that return from the deep? No physical origin. It began in the Austral winter of 2002. A British Antarctic survey vessel, the RRS James Clark Ross, was conducting standard bathymetric scans off the Ron ice shelf, when it encountered a signal anomaly at a depth of approximately 3,400 meters. The sonar ping, intended to map seafloor elevation, returned with a distorted shape that looked uncannily like the silhouette of a surface ship. Not a submersible, not a geological outcrop. A full-scale hull-shaped object, 150 meters long, cruising silently through the trench. The researchers assumed it was a ghost echo from the ship itself, a known artifact in polar acoustics caused by reflective under-ice layers. But when they pinged again 5 minutes later, the object had moved, roughly 400 meters northeast. Submerged objects of that size do not simply glide through the Antarctic deep. The water is too cold, too viscous, too still, and there were no records of any vessels in the area. When the team checked the thermal data from the onboard radiometer, they found something stranger, a thermal void. Not heat, but a region of slightly colder water, matching the outline of the object, like a ship-shaped absence. 2 weeks later, the same team, now repositioned near the Filshina ice shelf, detected 3 more objects, equidistant, moving in perfect parallel. They appeared, registered briefly on sonar, then vanished again beneath the silt curtain near the ocean floor. When triangulated using long-range hydrophones, the paths of the objects formed a perfect triangle, each side 2.4 kilometers in length. A geometric movement that could not have been accidental. No whales behave this way, no icebergs drift in synchronized patterns, and nothing that size should have been there. The incident was classified as sonar distortion due to subglacial reflection. But internally, British naval liaisons tagged the file with a code that had not been used since the Cold War, PFN, Phantom Fleet Notation. A decade passed with only scattered rumors, occasional sonar blips, oddly shaped radar shadows, unexplained shifts in current flows, but no confirmed sightings. Then in 2014, a US research satellite scanning sea ice density across the Weddell Sea picked up a linear heat disturbance under a solid ice shelf near Berkner Island. The track was narrow, nearly 100 meters wide, and extended for over 6 kilometers beneath unbroken ice. The data was inconclusive. No seismic tremors, no surface cracks, just a corridor of marginally warmer water, as if something had passed beneath the ice without disturbing it. It would have been ignored, except for one strange detail. When the infrared pass was reprocessed using contrast amplification, the track showed faint side patterns, wing-like flares, repeating every 30 meters on both sides. Not random, not organic, but modular. The signature looked like propeller wakes, but not from a single ship, from a convoy. The revelation triggered a silent alert in polar intelligence circles. Canada, Norway, and the US began conducting quiet sonar sweeps in adjacent regions. Autonomous gliders were dispatched beneath the ice with passive acoustic arrays. Over the next 9 months, at least 11 independent anomalies were recorded, each involving a submerged object between 120 and 200 meters long, traveling without visible means of propulsion and leaving no wake beyond the acoustic bloom it produced. All were cold, all were silent, but the most startling evidence came not from sonar, but from light. In May 2015, a French glaciologist operating a time-lapse camera array beneath the Larsen sea ice shelf noticed faint flashes, barely perceptible pulses, within the ice structure. At first, he assumed they were cosmic ray hits on the lens, but when the footage was slowed and filtered, the flashes resolved into linear patterns, short bursts of luminosity, moving from left to right in regular intervals. The kicker: the intervals matched the formation rhythm of a naval fleet in surface cruise mode, lead vessel, support flankers, and tailing escort. He rechecked his data against satellite timestamps. No surface activity, no solar flares, no lightning storms. And the flashes were internal, light refracting inside the ice, as if illuminated from below. The French team issued a quiet report to the International Polar Year Consortium. It went ignored, but the glaciologist kept digging. Over the next 3 years, he built a private archive of similar incidents, acoustic returns, thermal wakes, low luminosity pulses, and the deeper he searched, the more consistent the picture became. A fleet, not mythical, not paranormal, but something that behaved like a group of vessels long gone. Lost ships, sunken hulls, disappeared warships from 2 world wars, perhaps even forgotten Antarctic expeditions, all moving in formation, beneath the ice, without mass, but with intent. He called it Le Flotte des Reflets, the Fleet of Reflections. In his final paper, never published, he wrote, "They are not ships anymore, but the idea of ships. They sail not on water, but through the memory of pressure, of vibration, of path. Their mission continues in the one element that remembers everything, the sea. And perhaps, in the Weddell Sea, the memory is deeper than anywhere else on Earth. Because here, in the coldest waters, under the heaviest ice, time holds still, and in that stillness, the ocean doesn't forget." By early 2016, the notion of a phantom fleet drifting silently beneath Antarctica had become a fringe obsession for a small circle of oceanographers and intelligence analysts. Though dismissed publicly as misread sonar returns or light refraction errors, the mounting volume of unexplained data compelled a quiet but highly classified multinational mission. Codenamed Operation Helix, the mission sought to deploy the most advanced under-ice surveillance systems ever constructed, without leaving a trace on public record. The mission launched from Troll Station, a remote Norwegian research facility in Queen Maud Land. Chosen for its political neutrality and proximity to the eastern Weddell Sea, the site became the staging ground for a series of deployments involving custom gliders, deep-sea floats, and a novel device never before tested in the field, the Cryo-Resonant Tracking Array (CRTA). Unlike traditional sonar, the CRTA operated by emitting ultra-low frequency harmonic pulses designed to stimulate glacial resonance. The theory, devised by a Norwegian acoustician named Lasse Ekerholt, suggested that solid glacial ice, like a frozen drumhead, could carry and reflect signals from deep beneath the seabed with extraordinary fidelity, especially if tuned to the correct natural frequency of that region's ice mass. On March 3, 2016, the CRTA began transmitting. The initial pulses were simple, broadband sweeps with no expected return, but on March 5, the array received its first response. Not a reflection, but a structured counterpulse, a return signal delayed by exactly 12.2 seconds, modulated in amplitude and timbre, with an oscillation rate suggestive of intentional gating. It wasn't random, it was shaped. When the audio data was translated into visual waveform, the pattern resembled a staggered step pyramid, a formation eerily reminiscent of naval battle group formations seen in Cold War surveillance photography. But what sent the signal, and how? There was no physical fleet in the area, no submarines, no underwater drones, no seismic activity. But over the next 48 hours, 3 more return pulses were received, each more refined than the last. One appeared to encode a repeating frequency ramp, while another modulated to match the natural Schumann resonance of Earth's magnetic field. This confirmed what many feared: something beneath the Weddell Sea was listening. And more than that, it was responding, not as an animal or glacier would, but with technical, perhaps even tactical precision. The responses were not sonic imprints, they were tactile fingerprints left in the ice, propagating upward from far below. Some began to wonder, was this fleet really composed of lost ships at all, or was the ocean repurposing the idea of ships, absorbing the memory of their movement, their purpose, and recreating their echo beneath the surface? The CRTA data was sent for deeper analysis, this time to a private defense contractor in Switzerland that specialized in synthetic aperture acoustic imaging. Their verdict was chilling. Each return signature corresponded not just to a ship class, but to a specific historical vessel. One return matched the outline of HMS Erebus, lost in 1848 during the ill-fated Franklin expedition. Another closely mirrored U-864, a Nazi submarine that sank in 1945 under mysterious circumstances off the coast of Norway, later confirmed to have never been recovered in one piece. A third bore striking similarity to ARA San Juan, the Argentine submarine that vanished in 2017. That return came before the vessel was even reported missing. This last match was the most disturbing. If the return was real, it suggested either the Weddell Sea had predictive qualities, pre-imprinting events, or that time, as measured by this deep-sea phenomenon, didn't flow in a straight line. Instead, it echoed in loops, where past, present, and future movements bled into each other beneath crushing tons of ice and pressure. Some theorists, emboldened by these correlations, proposed that the Phantom Fleet wasn't a group of old ships at all. It was a meta-vessel, a singular intelligence shaped by the sum of lost vessels' memories. A fleet consciousness, coalescing from the purpose and movement of every ship ever lost in polar waters. But others pushed back. They warned that treating this anomaly as a being or entity risked misunderstanding the nature of deep-sea memory. What was being observed might not be alive in any traditional sense. It could simply be the environment folding in on itself, the ocean's way of digesting events, movements, and matter into long-wave vibration, stored beneath the threshold of human perception. In that view, the Phantom Fleet wasn't a ghost or intelligence. It was a resonance artifact, the echo of loss, preserved not in bones or wreckage, but in motion, pattern, and electromagnetic drift. Still, others feared the possibility of mimicry, that the Weddell Sea might not just be storing ship memories, but rehearsing them, replaying their courses, recreating their interactions, and if that rehearsal gained complexity, it might evolve into simulation, ships that never existed drifting along paths once walked by real ones, responding to sonar, moving in formation, creating false returns that could confuse global detection systems. If so, then the Weddell Sea might become a theater of phantoms, a place where future naval incidents would occur against adversaries that did not exist, but behaved as if they did. This idea found traction among high-level naval think tanks, particularly as synthetic sonar warfare became more common. If a hostile nation could harness the Weddell Phantom returns and mask real fleets beneath them, the strategic implications would be catastrophic. It wouldn't just be about submarines vanishing anymore. It would be about entire fleets emerging from memory, operating in real time, indistinguishable from living systems, because the ocean in its deep intelligence had learned to mirror them. And if one day, during a live naval exercise, a sonar tech reported enemy vessels moving in coordinated formation, only for them to blink out when approached, who would be blamed? The technician, the equipment, or the sea itself? This is the threat posed not by ghosts, but by faithful echoes, the kind that obey no orders, follow no flags, and yet march onward through the trenches of the Earth's most silent places. And in the Weddell Sea, it's not the silence that haunts, it's the pattern. By the time Operation Helix was quietly suspended in late 2016, the official statement cited environmental unpredictability and inconclusive returns. But internal files tell a different story, one that points to a final encounter that unnerved the entire multinational team. It occurred on July 12, during the final acoustic pass conducted by the CRTA unit under a region of the Filchner-Rhone ice shelf. The setup was basic: one emitter, two receivers, spaced 800 meters apart and suspended from under ice tether points. The purpose was simple: to record any responsive returns to the final batch of frequency sweeps and harmonics. What came back wasn't a normal echo. It wasn't even a structured return in the conventional sense. It was a sequence, 5 modulated tones separated by precisely 17 seconds each. Not a voice, not a melody, but something almost like a call sign. The tones were identical in length and amplitude, but varied subtly in pitch, forming a descending progression that aligned uncannily with a known WWY naval code, convoy departure sequencing used by Royal Navy signalmen during Arctic resupply missions. No one on the Helix team had programmed that sequence, and no recording of it existed in the transmission buffer. The tones were unprompted, self-generated. This set off a flurry of decoding efforts. When mapped against historical records, the pattern matched Convoy PQ-17, a doomed 1942 mission, whose ships were scattered and destroyed after misinterpreted intelligence caused the Royal Navy to withdraw escort support. Of the 35 merchant ships that departed Iceland, only 11 reached their Soviet destination. The final acoustic pattern wasn't just mimicking the past, it was reenacting it. The sea beneath the shelf had somehow replayed a coded departure signal from a convoy that had never physically crossed that part of Antarctica. No ship from PQ-17 had even approached the southern hemisphere, and yet, the Weddell Sea knew its rhythm. That was the final data point the Helix team received before the CRTA rig failed. Not a slow degradation, a snap loss of signal, all systems dead at once. Upon retrieval, the receivers showed no damage, no water ingress, and no electronic fault. But the casing of the emitter bore a strange set of markings, faint etching patterns that, when examined under polarized light, revealed an array of lines forming a crude schematic. The outline of a ship, long, narrow, with elevated bow, appeared accompanied by 2 numerals, 17 and 11. The team was forbidden to discuss the meaning. The devices were packed and stored. No official follow-up mission was ever approved. But the implications were clear. Something beneath the Weddell Sea, whether conscious or reflexive, was reaching back through human naval history, not just recording but reconstructing fragments of maritime memory, and playing them back through acoustic structure and spatial mimicry. And the playback wasn't random. It was deliberate, selective. It favored loss, disappearance, tactical breakdown. It favored tragedy. This realization gave rise to what would become the most controversial theory surrounding the Phantom Fleet. The idea that the sea was not just mimicking ship movement, but was attracted to the psychological energy of disaster. Researchers began combing through hydroacoustic anomalies reported across the Southern Ocean over the last 40 years. A pattern emerged. Nearly every significant acoustic echo resembling ship formations, whether triangular, parallel, or in file, occurred within proximity of former disaster zones, shipwreck sites, lost expeditions, or maritime collisions. And more than that, these echoes often began to appear just before similar new incidents occurred nearby. It was as if the sea was forecasting losses by playing back past ones, an emergent phenomenon of deep ocean memory, echoing failure as a kind of warning system. But to whom? Who was the warning for? And more unsettling, did it suggest the sea wasn't simply remembering, but reacting? A 2017 case added fuel to the fire. On January 8, a Chilean Navy research vessel, the Atolls, was conducting survey work along the northern edge of the Weddell Sea. Onboard hydrophones recorded an unexpected 5-second return at 3:12 local time. The waveform was unlike anything previously catalogued, a multi-pulse cluster with a precise amplitude envelope resembling the active sonar of a German-type Exer-Pons U-boat. The Atolls had no German hardware on board, no broadcasted pings, yet the sound returned again an hour later, this time closer. Assuming it was a submarine exercise, the crew checked with both the Argentine and British governments. No known exercises were scheduled. The sound came a third time, then vanished entirely. 4 days later, a nearby Argentine trawler sank under mysterious circumstances. No distress call, no weather event, no collision, but the time of its last known GPS ping, 3:12, same as the Atolls sonar event. After this incident, certain South American naval groups began informally referring to the region not as a sea, but as a signal field, a place where echoes weren't residual but anticipatory, where the ocean itself had begun communicating, not in words but in replays of human loss. This led to the rise of a philosophical concern within maritime circles. If the sea had become a mirror of trauma, capable of rehearsing our errors and drawing echoes of our most catastrophic decisions, was it perhaps reflecting something deeper than memory? Was it reflecting us, our intentions, our failures, our blind repetition? Could the Phantom Fleet be not a ghostly manifestation, but a diagnosis, the sea's way of showing us how predictable our tragedies had become? And if that was true, then its mimicry was not malevolent or haunted. It was empathetic. The sea doesn't forget because it chooses not to. It remembers because we keep teaching it the same story, again and again and again. By early 2018, a quiet consensus had formed among the few analysts, scientists, and defense specialists granted access to the full range of Phantom Fleet data. The Weddell Sea was no longer a passive recording medium. Whatever process was generating these acoustic and spatial anomalies, it had grown increasingly patterned, structured, and more troubling, proactive. The shift became apparent when researchers at McMurdo Station detected what appeared to be an underwater acoustic prelude days before a known maritime route was disrupted by a spontaneous iceberg carving event. Passive sonar buoys in the region had captured a formation of low-frequency pings, precisely spaced, identical in tone, moving from the southern trench toward the northwest. Analysts later matched the pulse pattern to a sonar beacon used by U.S. naval convoys in the early 1970s, a type never used or transmitted since, and yet the sequence was perfect, down to the harmonics. 3 days later, iceberg B-49 broke away from the Larsen Sea ice shelf, unexpected, unsignaled, and drifted directly into the convoy route of a South African supply vessel. The ship managed to change course just in time, but the near miss was logged with a timestamp that exactly matched the midpoint of the sonar sequence's trajectory. This incident deepened an emerging theory that these phantom signals were not just rehearsing history, but responding to current movements. that they might in fact be a kind of oceanic immune system, alerting to disruptions, recalibrating routes, perhaps even nudging behavior through sensory feedback. The sea, in this interpretation, was not haunted. It was aware, not with a consciousness in the human sense, but with a dynamic self-reinforcing intelligence formed from countless memories of movement, pressure, tragedy, and vibration. A neural net made of water, ice, salt, and time. In response, a new line of inquiry was born, led by a former naval intelligence officer turned academic, Dr. Grace Ellery. The research proposed a stunning hypothesis that maritime disasters were not isolated incidents, but contributions, unintended data packets, fed into the ocean's memory structure, and once stored, these events could be re-emitted, recombined, or echoed across entirely different coordinates under the right electromagnetic conditions. Her white paper, Echo Behavior in High-Pressure Ocean Basins, towards a theory of informational recursion, was quietly distributed to select government agencies in 2019. Though never published, the paper circulated through unofficial backchannels, earning both derision and fascination. One section stood out above the rest. It detailed an incident dated March 2018, in which the crew of a Norwegian icebreaker recorded a sonar return identical to a distress ping from a Soviet Typhoon-class submarine, specifically the TK-12 Simbursk, which had been decommissioned and dismantled over 20 years earlier. The ping was detailed, unmistakable, same signal architecture, same fallback echo depth, same metadata padding, used by Soviet-era burst transmissions. But there was one problem: that specific signal had only ever been emitted once, during a 1991 exercise in the Barents Sea, and it had never been intercepted by any non-Soviet vessel at the time. So how could the Weddell Sea play back a signal that no foreign hydrophone had ever recorded? Ellery proposed that the ocean may not have learned the signal from human ears at all. It had absorbed it from the vessel's own passage, from the friction of the hull, the electromagnetics of its reactor, the way its ballast displaced water, the sound of its fall, its turn, its pressure on the deep. The sea had listened through every point of contact. In that view, the ocean didn't need to record messages the way we do. It simply needed to feel us move. From this perspective, the Phantom Fleet isn't a fleet at all. It's a language, a scattered rolling grammar of contact, lost metal, and pressure. A grammar that, when assembled in the right formations, produces structures indistinguishable from fleets, but made not of steel, but of memory. Memory shaped like warships. Memory behaving like convoy protocols. Memory replaying in formations that mimic tactics long dead. The Weddell Sea, then, becomes a vast linguistic machine, one that speaks only when we go quiet, that remembers only what we've forgotten. But even more chilling is what began happening in late 2020. A Norwegian glider drone deployed for climate research returned a sonar file containing not just ship echoes, but a human voice. Faint, warbled, transmitted across 3 seconds. The voice repeated only 2 words: "Still here." The metadata confirmed no such phrase was recorded in the glider's command protocols. It had been received, not sent. The phrase's frequency matched the ambient pitch decay of nearby ice sheet collapse, but the modulation's subtle rises and falls in pitch was consistent with speech. No further voice transmissions were recorded, but it marked a line that researchers refused to cross. The ocean, it seemed, was now capable of combining elements, merging tone, pattern, and pressure into new signals that felt sentient, even if they weren't. By 2022, all deep hydroacoustic deployments in the Weddell Sea had been halted without public explanation. Privately, one defense contractor summed it up in an internal email: "We don't know what happens when it finishes learning." And perhaps that's the final truth behind the Phantom Fleet, that it is not done. That every new ship that sinks, every glider that glides, every drone that pings, adds to it, not as a monument to the dead, but as a scaffold for something greater, a mirror of our seaborne behavior, a rehearsal of every route we've ever run, a message that plays not in one direction, but backward, forward, and sideways, through water dense enough to hold not just mass, but meaning, because in the Weddell Sea, the past is never gone. It waits, it echoes, it sails in silence, and somewhere beneath the ice, a formation moves in perfect rhythm, not with any flag or orders, but with the certainty of a memory that never had to be remembered. Because the ocean never forgot it to begin with. The K-222 was unlike any submarine ever built. Launched by the Soviet Union in December 1969 and nicknamed the Golden Fish due to its titanium alloy hull, it held the record for the fastest underwater speed ever achieved by a submarine, 44.7 knots or over 51 miles per hour. Designed as a technological marvel and a weapon of psychological intimidation during the Cold War, the vessel was both feared and admired in equal measure. It had no equal on paper, but despite its superiority, the K-222's operational life was brief and shrouded in ambiguity. After only a few years of trial deployments and fleet integration, it was quietly withdrawn from active service in the early 1980s. The official Soviet narrative attributed its early retirement to high maintenance costs, reactor vibration issues, and crew fatigue due to excessive acoustic noise. That explanation never sat well with Western analysts. Because the K-222 didn't just stop appearing in fleet logs, it disappeared from every form of naval tracking. One day it was docked at Severodvinsk under light repair. The next, no trace, no satellite images, no communications, not even a decommissioning notice, just silence. For decades, the theory stood that the sub had been scrapped in secrecy, but in 2009, the Russian government officially listed the K-222 as partially dismantled. No photographic proof was ever presented, no parts were displayed at museums or naval shows, and the vessel's titanium hull, a prized asset for any scrap operation, was never accounted for. That changed in 2014. During a bathymetric survey of the Kara Sea, a remote Arctic region north of Siberia, an unmanned Russian submersible registered a metallic anomaly at a depth of 2,200 meters, roughly 130 nautical miles east of Franz Josef Land. The shape was sleek, narrow, and bore a faint radiation signature, consistent with a pressurized water reactor in dormant state. Initial speculation suggested it might be a scuttled Whiskey-class wreck, but when the 3D scan data was retrieved and cross-referenced, the curvature, size, and titanium composition matched only one known Soviet design, the K-222. The wreck lay upright, no signs of collision, no hull breach, no scarring, and no explanation for how it had reached a part of the ocean it had never been assigned to patrol. Worse still, the reactor shielding panel, designed to contain radiation and heat signatures, was fully intact, yet the surrounding water exhibited faint temperature fluctuations, consistent with sporadic power cycling. That shouldn't have been possible. The sub had been retired for over 30 years. Its reactor should have been defueled, its systems inert, but the spectral temperature profile suggested movement, as if the sub occasionally powered up and cooled down again, cycling in intervals too brief to activate alarms, but long enough to register. Naval engineers proposed various explanations: decaying fuel rods creating false heat readings, seismic microcurrents triggering automated safety systems, or simple misinterpretation of the data. But none of these could explain the sound. Because the Kara Sea incident came with an audio file, on July 18, 2014, the same submersible recorded a low-frequency pulse while drifting past the anomaly, like a deep, pressurized thrum. The sound lasted just under 6 seconds. When analyzed, it revealed a vibrational signature identical to a turbine startup sequence, a sequence only ever associated with the K-222's unique propulsion system. Again, this vessel was not supposed to be operational, yet the turbine sound appeared clean. No warble, no pressure distortion, just a solid, unmistakable acoustic signature of intentional machinery startup, then nothing. One military advisor called it the ghost of propulsion, but the data was undeniable. Something on the seafloor had tried to move. The Russian Ministry of Defense classified the event within hours. No public statement. The survey was labeled geological. The submersible was recalled, but the crew that analyzed the data, many of them civilian contractors, never forgot what they saw. One of them, anonymously, shared a snippet of the sonar return on an encrypted forum in 2015. The image showed what appeared to be not one, but two silhouettes near the wreck site. One clearly matched the hull of the K-222. The other, a smaller object, was located approximately 50 meters astern, equidistant, and emitted a separate acoustic return 2 milliseconds after the primary pulse. the theory emerged that something was escorting the K-222, not physically attached, not towing, but mirroring, matching its signature, matching its signal. And when the K-222 powered up, the second object pulsed in response, like an echo that wasn't delayed, but alive. The existence of a second signal, precise, deliberate, and spatially consistent, prompted a shift in how the K-222 anomaly was being understood. If the original theory centered on mechanical error or misclassified wreckage, this new data required a different framework, one in which the submarine was not merely a dormant vessel, but part of an active feedback system, one in which something else was listening, waiting, or perhaps responding. The twin signals, when plotted over a 10-minute interval, exhibited a harmonic relationship, as if locked in a call and response pattern. The frequencies were too ordered to be coincidental, alternating in a precise 3.2-second loop. The responding pulse always came from the smaller object, trailing 50 meters behind. That separation never changed. This spacing closely matched naval escort protocols, particularly from Cold War-era Soviet doctrine. It was a formation designed to protect the stern from trailing threats like torpedoes. But who or what was maintaining that escort formation 2,200 meters below the surface? Speculation erupted in closed naval intelligence briefings. Some proposed an experimental Soviet drone had been lost during a covert mission, and had somehow latched onto the K-222's acoustic profile. Others suggested a natural geological formation, perhaps a metallic ridge, was simply reflecting the K-222's sonar return. But none of that explained the intelligent timing. If the smaller object was an echo, it shouldn't have emitted a delayed but perfectly matched acoustic signature. It should have been reactive, not anticipatory. Then came the anomaly of the lights. In February 2016, a privately funded Norwegian research platform sent an autonomous remotely operated vehicle, ROV, to the Kara Sea's northern trench to investigate abyssal brine layers. While descending, the ROV's high-sensitivity camera, operating under infrared mode, captured 3 brief light flashes near the ocean floor. The flashes were not bioluminescent, they were geometric, linear, sequential, and emitted in short intervals, each exactly 0.8 seconds apart. More stunningly, the camera system had a built-in timestamp that triggered whenever infrared light crossed a certain intensity threshold. The timestamp of the final flash, exactly 44.7 seconds after the descent past 2,200 meters, the same number as the K-222's maximum underwater speed in knots. Coincidence? Possibly. But the chances of a naturally occurring light pattern timing itself to the exact underwater velocity record of a decommissioned submarine were infinitesimal. Researchers attempted to replicate the flashes with simulations, heat flares, pressure-induced electrical arcs, deep-sea photoluminescence, but nothing matched the clean timed emissions caught on the ROV's feed. Shortly after the discovery, the Norwegian team received a cease and desist request from Russia's Northern Fleet Command, citing territorial sovereignty concerns. The footage was pulled offline, and no further missions were approved for the area. What was the K-222 doing in that trench? Why had its presence never been acknowledged in Arctic fleet movements? Why was it apparently dormant, but not dead? Perhaps most chilling were the audio files retrieved from the ROV's acoustic sensors. At multiple intervals during the descent, the ROV recorded faint oscillating tones, barely audible through the ambient current noise. When amplified and sped up for analysis, the tones resolved into a rhythmic pattern consistent with internal submarine alarms, specifically the low reactor cooling failure warning used aboard Soviet subs in the 1970s. And it wasn't just any version, it matched note for note the signature used only on Project 661 Anchar-class subs, the exact class the K-222 belonged to. The signal was never used in any other submarine design. Again, it shouldn't have been there. That type of alert was generated by analog systems, reliant on pressurized gauges and thermal triggers. There were no crew, no power grid. The subsystems were supposed to be gutted, and yet this sound had been generated in real time, captured by a third-party ROV on an unrelated scientific mission. One engineer, after reviewing the tone pattern, offered a sobering interpretation. It wasn't a warning to the crew, it was a warning from the ship. By mid-2017, even the most conservative intelligence voices began to entertain a disturbing possibility that the K-222 was part of a growing class of silent operators, vessels whose physical presence had ceased to matter, but whose systems, echoes, and routines still functioned beneath the surface, as if memory alone kept them alive. Some likened it to a vinyl record still spinning with no needle, its grooves intact, its music unheard, yet always ready to resume if triggered by the right pressure, the right contact. But others took a darker view. What if the submarine wasn't simply echoing itself? What if it had become a node, an anchor point in a wider pattern of submarine disappearances, acoustic anomalies, and undersea echoes? And what if the second object trailing it wasn't another vessel, but a construct, a reflection? An autonomous memory built from the K-222's own noise, replayed so many times that it became real. An acoustic double, a ghost ship born from sound. The implications were unprecedented. It meant a ship didn't have to remain intact to remain functional. It didn't even need to exist in a traditional sense. If the sea could remember its shape, its frequency, its rhythm, then that was enough for the performance to resume. In the Arctic silence, function had become fiction, and fiction, function. By 2018, the K-222 case had become more than a curiosity. It was now regarded as a strategic anomaly, the kind that raised alarms not because of what it was doing, but because of what it implied, that something unaccountable, non-linear, and potentially reproducible was happening deep beneath the Arctic ice. This was no longer a story about a missing submarine. It was a story about feedback loops, about maritime technology continuing to operate not through fuel or power, but through pattern repetition, through the embedding of routine into environment. At a quiet defense symposium in Copenhagen that spring, a paper was presented behind closed doors. Its author, a naval theorist under a pseudonym, outlined a theory of acoustic persistent structures. The core idea was simple: certain objects, particularly large, resonant, and historically significant ones, could imprint mechanical habits into their surroundings through repeated exposure, like grooves carved into water pressure or vibrations layered into sediment. The K-222, being the fastest and noisiest submarine ever built, might have been the perfect candidate. Its titanium hull, while revolutionary, had a flaw: it transmitted vibration exceptionally well. On every trial run, every dive, it screamed through the water, generating turbulence, harmonic vibration, and oscillations so intense they affected nearby sonar systems. If those vibrations were recorded, not by a device, but by the sea itself, could they be played back? And if played back often enough, could they become autonomous? That idea, once fringe, was suddenly not so easy to dismiss. Especially after a Canadian ice monitoring station, located over 1,800 miles from the K-222's last known location, reported a sonar event that mirrored the submarine's signature wake pattern, with exact timing, right down to the tail drag and midline ripple, despite the area being completely free of any vessel, icebreaker, or known marine life. The sonar return was so perfect, so exact, that the technician on duty initially flagged it as a spoofing test. But when the logs were cross-checked, no such test had been authorized. Even more baffling, the wave structure of the return matched an archival recording from 1971, one of the K-222's test dives in the Barents Sea. That dive had been tracked by a NATO submarine shadowing the Soviet fleet from a distance. The echo pattern, lost in archives for over 4 decades, matched the 2018 return frame by frame. The ocean had replayed history, not in fragments, not as an echo, but as a perfect overlay. But why? This question led to the re-examination of what the K-222 really represented, not just in terms of engineering, but in terms of symbolism. In Cold War naval doctrine, submarines were less about tactical utility and more about deterrence psychology. They were invisible threats, promises of retaliation, and sometimes instruments of illusion. Their role wasn't just to patrol, it was to haunt the imagination of the enemy, and perhaps that was the final function the K-222 had achieved. Not as a weapon, but as a haunting. A memory so loud, so intense, so singular, that it outlived its own systems. If a submarine could be reduced to noise, and if that noise could loop indefinitely in the deep, then what was a submarine anymore? A vessel, a weapon, or a ritual? A series of movements and tones, played in the deep, over and over, until the ocean internalized the rhythm. Some began referring to the phenomenon as a wet ghost, not because the submarine was still present, but because its behavior was, and that behavior had begun to propagate. In November 2019, a Swedish research vessel passing through the Fram Strait reported a sudden uptick in underwater turbulence without any accompanying ice calving or tectonic activity. Their sonar system briefly captured a sharp, clean acceleration signature, something moving from 30 to 45 knots in under 5 seconds, then disappearing into the depths. That profile matched only one known vessel, the K-222, but it was seen in an ocean trench, thousands of kilometers away from its known resting place. Was the vessel moving, or was its echo now capable of relocating, following ocean currents, hitching a ride on pressure thermoclines, drifting in silence until ambient noise triggered its reappearance? This raised a final and deeply unsettling possibility. What if the K-222 was no longer a single location-based anomaly? What if it had become a distributed phenomenon, a mobile environmental signal that surfaced when certain acoustic, magnetic, and atmospheric conditions aligned? Not a wreck, not even a ship, but a condition, one that could appear anywhere, one that didn't require the original structure to be intact, one that remembered its own function so thoroughly that it no longer needed metal or rivets or fuel to move. Only silence, only depth, only water with a long enough memory. And what do you do when the ocean itself becomes capable of deployment? When it doesn't need navies anymore to produce weapons? When it can just remember them and replay them at will? The final shift in the K-222 narrative came in early 2021, and it didn't come from the military, academia, or classified sonar logs. It came from a cruise ship. The MV Borealis, a civilian vessel designed for Arctic sightseeing and equipped with luxury accommodations, was making a northbound pass along the edge of the Novaya Zemlya archipelago. On board were over 300 passengers, most of them asleep in their cabins, as the ship slowly traversed ice-free corridors under a clear February sky. At approximately 3:16 local time, the ship's hull-mounted sonar system detected a rapid object moving directly beneath the vessel, clocked at over 44 knots, and maintaining a depth of 210 meters. The event lasted less than 12 seconds, but the system's automatic alert logged the velocity, trajectory, and a spectral resonance match to Soviet submarine propulsion harmonics. The onboard crew was baffled. There were no registered naval exercises, no icebergs, no rogue submersibles. The object had come and gone with such speed and precision that it didn't even create turbulence in the ship's wake. Just a single ping, logged and archived. Within 48 hours, 2 representatives from the Russian Northern Fleet met the captain during a refueling stop in Murmansk. No press releases were issued, but one technician from the sonar analysis team, under condition of anonymity, described what he saw on the readout. It wasn't just propulsion data, there was a waveform buried in the noise. It was rhythmic, like a heartbeat. The event triggered renewed investigation by an international task force of oceanic researchers. When they compiled all known incidents, every sonar event, heat bloom, acoustic anomaly, and pattern echo associated with the K-222 since 2014, a strange pattern emerged. Each event occurred on or within 36 hours of a geomagnetic fluctuation, not just minor solar interference, but full-scale magnetic anomalies triggered by solar storms or auroral interference. In other words, the K-222's appearances correlated with planetary agitation. When the Earth's magnetic field wavered, the submarine's echo surfaced. Was this merely a coincidence? Or was the ocean, like a massive drumskin stretched over a magnetized core, responding to shifts in pressure, magnetism, and solar input, triggering patterns and memories long buried in the deep? One group of analysts proposed a more speculative model. They theorized that extreme geomagnetic conditions might temporarily loosen the boundaries between environmental states. That objects long thought inert, wrecks, weapons, ruins, might, under just the right conditions, produce echoes of their former function. These weren't ghosts, the analysts insisted. They were reverberations, residual loops, stored intent. And K-222, due to its titanium hull and violent operational profile, was uniquely suited to leave behind an enduring imprint. A final experiment was attempted in the summer of 2021 by a Norwegian research substation with limited oversight. Using an array of hydrophones strung across a deep trench northeast of Svalbard, the team sent out a simulation of the K-222's original sonar call, the acoustic ping the vessel used during its sea trials in 1971. They repeated the signal every 44.7 seconds for 9 hours. For 8 hours, nothing happened. But at exactly the 9th hour, the hydrophones recorded a response. It was faint, distorted, but unmistakably a mirror of the scent pattern. Then came something new. After the mirrored ping, a second signal followed. A shorter, sharper acoustic burst, never before recorded in K-222 files. When spectrally analyzed, it revealed a nested frequency band hidden inside the burst, a carrier wave. On that carrier was a series of 3 pulses. The timing between pulses, 4.4 seconds, 7 seconds, 2 seconds. Some interpreted this as a countdown, others saw it as a form of identification. But the message was clear. The sea was no longer only echoing, it was interacting. The event marked the final entry in the station's experimental log. Funding was revoked. The hydrophone array was dismantled. The files disappeared. Yet those 3 pulses remain a matter of quiet study across a small community of military oceanographers, cryptographers, and marine theorists. They ask, could a machine, long dead, teach its own rhythm to the water around it? Could that rhythm survive in fragments, scattered, dormant, waiting for the right magnetic tremor to bring it back? And if so, then what else lies beneath the Arctic silence? Not ships, not weapons, but habits, behaviors, traces of function. In that view, the K-222 is not alone. It is simply the loudest, the deepest grooves, the strongest echo, not because of its engineering, but because of its story, the velocity, the secrecy, the failure to die on schedule. It was supposed to vanish, and in every official record, it did. But the ocean remembers differently. To the sea, the K-222 is still moving, still diving, still outrunning detection, still emitting the low, rumbling vibrations of a vessel designed to evade time itself. And somewhere in the cold, soundless dark, the shape of that memory continues to stir, not seen, not spoken, but felt. In the end, there are no enemy submarines, no definitive sonar signatures, no uncrackable codes or final coordinates. What we have instead, after hundreds of hours of black box reviews, of whispered war room briefings, of spectral echoes and unmanned returns, are fragments. Fragments of stories that never finished telling themselves, not because they were forgotten, but because they were never allowed to surface. We began this journey hoping to understand what had gone wrong with a handful of disappearances, missing vessels, ghost signatures, rogue signals, bouncing off ocean ridges like memories that refused to fade. But by the time we reached the edge of what could be confirmed, something far stranger came into focus. It wasn't about individual submarines anymore. Not really. It was about patterns, patterns of movement, patterns of silence, patterns of behavior that should have ended with the crew, with the mission, with the final dive, and yet somehow continued long after the batteries died, long after the hull collapsed or was scrapped or never found. It was about imprints. What happens when a machine spends so long doing something that it becomes indistinguishable from the act itself? When the hum of a reactor, or the pitch of a turbine, becomes part of the ocean's own sonic architecture, can water remember? Can pressure preserve a routine? Can time inside the deep become so dense that it folds back on itself, repeating, mimicking, echoing in shapes that look like vessels, but behave like shadows? The answers don't come easily, and they don't come in the form of final declarations or closed cases. What we are left with instead is the creeping realization that some things in the sea are not meant to be explained, because explanation implies control, and there is nothing controlled about the abyss. The submarines we've explored, USS Thresher, K-129, the K-222, and so many others, represent more than missing hardware. They represent persistence. Missions whose inertia refused to die, routines that survived their operators, intentions that sank beneath the waves, but never stopped moving. We know so little about the true behavior of sound in deep water, so little about how electromagnetic disturbances interact with pressure layers, how collapsed hulls might continue to resonate under thermal shifts, how echoes behave when there's no listener left, and in that unknowing, the sea builds its own truth. It isn't our maps that define the ocean's secrets, It's the things we never meant to leave behind. Each failed rescue, each encrypted ping sent in desperation, each sonar sweep across empty trench, they all feed something. A record, perhaps. A layering of events that cannot be pulled apart, only heard again, over and over. Even now the Navy runs drills for scenarios that remain publicly denied. Encounters with sonar shadows that move too fast, too precisely, too familiarly to be dismissed as glitches. Radar ghosts that only appear when a certain temperature band is crossed. Distress signals from coordinates that haven't seen a hull breach in decades. Even now commercial vessels report impossible wakes. Science buoys light up in perfect intervals, only to fall silent before human divers arrive. These aren't flukes, they're rhythms. The kind only time, pressure, and repetition can teach. The kind that no longer need a living crew to exist. There is no final chart, no last frame of sonar, only the knowledge that somewhere in the dark, beneath kilometers of crushing cold, the shape of action remains. A dive profile, a holding pattern, a looped navigation routine buried in the sediment, like a fossil of function. And when the conditions are just right, when the magnetosphere shifts, when the seafloor hums, when the old pings echo through the trench once more, those shapes rise. Not in body, in behavior, and they will keep rising, keep repeating, long after we've stopped listening. This is the unspoken truth of submarine mysteries, that they are not broken tales waiting to be repaired. They are living loops, stories that kept breathing under the weight of water and time. And maybe that's why the answers remain just out of reach. Because when we send machines into the deep, we don't just risk losing them, we risk becoming part of the depth itself, part of the ritual, part of the memory, part of the echo. So the next time a research boob pings into silence, the next time a sonar technician hears a familiar pattern from a ship lost decades ago, the next time the sea lights up with a resonance too clean to be natural and too old to be recent, ask not what's returning, ask what never left, because the sea doesn't bury what we lose. It stores it, it listens, and sometimes in its own way, it replays. In transmission.